All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us. If you couldn't hear music before and you're not hearing me talk now, there's some instructions here for your audio settings. And Beck, we can move into our main presentation. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the 2022 Adapting Restoration for a Changing Climate Symposium. My name is Dylan Chappell, and I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Delta Stewardship Council in the Delta Science program. On behalf of the Symposium Planning Committee, I'm thrilled to welcome you to day one of the symposium. We have a series of exciting talks and panels prepared for you on this central question. Next slide. How can we adapt ecological restoration projects for a changing climate? And as the state of California moves to meet ambitious targets for both biodiversity and climate change, this conversation, as many of us are well aware, is extremely timely. Next slide. Across the symposium sessions, we've challenged our speakers to think 20, 50, and 100 years ahead about the futures that they want to see for the Delta, Bay, watershed, and beyond. We will also be discussing visions for how we can get there as a community of practice. We're bringing together current efforts to highlight what's working that could be built on in the future and what might need to be adjusted to meet our goals. Conversations like these and the hard work many of you are doing every day will help us illuminate a path forward for adaptively managing ecosystems in the context of climate change. Next slide. So these symposium goals guided our planning with the overarching objective of bringing together a wide range of people working on restoration and climate change. We plan to foster information sharing about climate adaptive restoration across a variety of project and ecosystem types to create an enabling environment around climate adaptive restoration by connecting decision makers, practitioners, stakeholders, and scientists. This will help us to strategize about how restoration can be adapted to a changing climate and better include long-term planning horizons. We hope that this week's conversation sets the stage for future events, papers, and related efforts. Next slide. Over the next day and a half, we'll explore how projects and programs are incorporating climate change into their planning and implementation and what the future might hold. This morning's plenary session will look at restoration and management across time in a changing climate, followed by a session looking at on-the-ground examples of restoration projects currently incorporating climate change considerations. This afternoon's panel will focus on the human dimensions of partnerships for restoration and management. And tomorrow morning, we'll start day two with a series of talks from across the estuary and its watershed, linking long-term perspectives across the landscape. Session two will convene a panel discussion on visioning the future for planning, permitting, and implementing restoration projects, which will be followed by a closing panel on moving forward under uncertainty. Next slide. The goals and symposium program were developed by the planning committee shown here. I'd like to specifically acknowledge my colleague Jennica Moffett for her critical role in making this symposium happen, and our colleague Annika Keeley, previously with Council and now with the Center for Large Landscape Conservation, who originated the concept for this symposium. A big thank you to the interagency planning team for all their hard work. Next slide. We'd also like to acknowledge the support efforts of the Delta Stewardship Council staff that made this symposium happen. And to further welcome you all and help set the stage, I'd like to introduce Dr. Laura Larson, the lead scientist for the Delta Science program.
Thank you, Dylan, and good morning. On behalf of the Delta Stewardship Council, I'd like to extend a big welcome for all participants in the Adapting Restoration to a Changing Climate Symposium. As Dylan indicated, we have an exciting agenda in store for you over the next few days, with sessions that explore lessons learned from other systems, long-term perspectives from our system, the partnerships and participatory practices that serve as a foundation for successful restoration, and how to move forward into the future in a manner that is both practical and visionary. We're glad you're here to join the conversation and encourage you to take it to social media as well, using the hashtag #AdaptingRestoration. I find that during the past few months of Omicron, threats to world geopolitical stability, and increasingly ominous signs of climate change, Life often feels like treading water in the swash zone while waves keep breaking over you. In the midst of this, restoration is a topic that brings me great hope, like a wave I could surf to the shore. When we talk about multi-benefit solutions for managing our estuary for resilience, wetland restoration truly fits that moniker. Restoration can provide habitat and lower food web support critical for the recovery of native species. It can move us in the direction of changing our landscape from a big emitter of carbon and greenhouse gas equivalents towards becoming a sink for carbon, and presents opportunities to grow our state's carbon market. It provides natural protection for coastal communities against sea level rise and storm-related flooding, and can help reverse land subsidence further inland. Additionally, wetland restoration can be a boon to recreational uses of the landscape. However, to realize these benefits, wetland restoration must be carefully managed for resilience in the face of climate change. Sea level rise is probably the most prominent threat to consider, though warmer temperatures can lead to higher rates of soil oxidation and facilitate species invasions that can threaten restoration. I apologize for switching my sports analogies here from surfing to football, but offensive management that anticipates these challenges and preemptively acts, coupled with targeted defensive management that is swiftly deployed, can effectively fortify wetland restoration against the challenges posed by climate change. However, these offensive and defensive actions must be truly planned and executed as a team, seeking buy-in from all parties if implementation is to be successful. Essentially, creative planning in a community of practice is key for advancing the futures that we want to see. In this symposium, we will explore the landscape of these offensive, defensive, and participatory actions to develop climate resilient restoration. I'm going to conclude my remarks by acknowledging today that the Delta and the larger Bay Estuary is located within the ancestral territory of the native peoples of the numerous villages and tribes of the Bay Miwok, Coast Miwok, Plains Miwok, Maidu, Nisenan, Ohlone, Patwin, Pomo, Wapo, Wintun, and Yokuts, who make up tribal groups both recognized and unrecognized. We recognize that these people have continually occupied the Bay Delta area for thousands of years. Through a violent history of colonization and dispossession, we as guests benefit from living and working on the traditional homeland of these native people. We wish to show our respect to them, their ancestors, and their sovereignty by acknowledging the injustices inherent in this history and their current efforts to achieve restorative justice. We acknowledge the ancestors, elders, and relatives and affirm their sovereign rights as First Peoples. We acknowledge that the Delta Stewardship Council, Delta Science Program, and other organizations represented here today are benefiting from the displacement and dispossession of Native peoples from their traditional homelands. Consistent with the values of community, inclusion, and diversity, it is vitally important that we recognize that the land on which we reside is unceded tribal territory and acknowledge and support the Native peoples who continue to form a crucial part of the Bay Delta community today. We also acknowledge that Native peoples remain dedicated to fulfilling their obligation to the Creator to care for Mother Earth and all living things and return sacredness to the land through the restoration of traditional knowledge and stewardship throughout the Bay Delta. Tribal communities have been stewarding our natural environment since time immemorial. There is much we need to learn from the Bay Delta's tribal communities about stewardship. Please consider that although this statement acknowledges the ancestral and unceded territories of the original Native peoples of the Bay Delta, additional steps are required to move towards meaningful restorative justice. This symposium encourages building beneficial and constructive relationships that support tribes in restoring their role as land stewards and elevating and integrating Native communities in the planning and decision-making for a healthy and resilient Bay Delta. Thank you.
Thank you for those words, Laurel, much appreciated. Now we'll hear from Jennica Moffett about some of the engagement tools that we'll be using for the symposium today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennica Moffett. I'm a California Sea Grant State Fellow in the Delta Science Program and one of the symposium facilitators. I'll be working behind the scenes today and tomorrow to facilitate our engagement tools, but first I'm going to introduce and demonstrate the tools we have set up to encourage your participation throughout the symposium sessions. To start, we have a quick Zoom poll to get to know who is here and how you consider climate change in your work. We will be starting the poll now, so you should see a window pop up that asks you what type of organization or group you represent, which will be followed by a second question asking you how often you consider climate change in your work. We'll let that run for a minute or two in the background while I continue on with our engagement tools. We have the Zoom chat function and Q&A functions open and available, and we encourage you to use these throughout the symposium to ask questions and add comments, particularly during the Q&A portion of the sessions. Our moderators will be using questions from the Q&A to pose to the speakers and panelists during their sessions, and we have encouraged the speakers and panelists to feel free to respond directly to your questions and comments in the chat as well, since we've had such a great registration turnout and we know there will be more questions than we have time for. So now we will go ahead and close the poll and see the results. So we'll just leave those up briefly, and we're actually going to screen cap those and save those for you to see later as well. So in addition to the Zoom engagement options, we have created a mural board. Mural is a virtual whiteboard that facilitates collaboration and brainstorming in a virtual space. We encourage you to use Zoom for in-the-moment comments and questions, but we also wanted to create a space for continued engagement once sessions were over, and a space for people to catch up with and interact with discussions from sessions that they may have missed. The mural will also serve to archive questions and discussion to support the development of post-symposium efforts. Symposium moderators will also be transferring questions from Zoom into the mural to gather all discussions from the symposium into a single saved space. So if you prefer to stick to Zoom, you will not be missing out. Your comments and questions in Zoom will be included in the final mural board and posed to speakers and panelists throughout the symposium. So now I'm going to ask Beck to stop screen sharing so that I can take over the screen share to demonstrate our mural board. All right, so hopefully y'all can see that. So quick demo of how to use Mural generally. The link that we will share in a minute will bring you to this screen, which is our mural board for both today and tomorrow. Just a note that this is a large mural, so you will need to zoom in and out to be able to read the text like so. When you open the mural, you will see in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, a mini screen that shows you where you are in the mural. You can control your zoom settings here, whether you use the roller on your mouse, or if you are on a laptop, you can zoom in using your trackpad. To move around in Mural, you click and drag the screen like so. On the left here, you will see instructions of what I just walked through in case you need a refresher. For our mural specifically, you will be using sticky notes to add questions or comments to session sections. We have created a bank of sticky notes for ease of use, with blue sticky notes for questions and yellow sticky notes if you want to add a comment or respond to a question. You can also double click anywhere and it will create a sticky note. You can resize the sticky note and change the color using the toolbar. To use stickies, you drag the sticky to the appropriate session and then write in your question. So if I had a question for this on the ground session, I would drag a sticky over, click in it, and write in my question like so. We have also added a bank of light bulb icons as a way for you all to vote for questions that you would really like the moderators to pose to speakers and panelists. To use these, you can click and drag them onto the sticky of the question you would like to vote for. So if I really like this first question here, I might drag a light bulb icon onto it to vote for it. We've organized the mural so that each session has its own section. So you can drag your questions into the section of the session that you are commenting on, starting with day 1 with our plenary at the top. Our moderators will use both the mural and Zoom to take your questions to the speakers and panelists. Finally, we have a section here to get some information about you all. You will see the results of the poll we just completed. We'll paste them in here for you. And we have created a space here for you to answer this question to get you thinking about our symposium theme. How do you currently consider climate change in your work? We've added some stickies here, so you can just click in and add in your answer. And finally, at the bottom here, we have a note that we hope this symposium will be a jumping off point for continued discussions and efforts. If you would like to keep informed and maybe even participate in post-symposium efforts, you can double click this blue box and it will take you to a quick Google survey to stay informed. The moderators will be working to draw from both platforms, Zoom and Mural, to ask questions of panelists and speakers throughout the symposium. Don't worry if you prefer to stay in Zoom rather than using Mural, as Zoom will be where most of the action will occur in the moment, but we encourage you to use Mural if you would like. Overall, we encourage you to engage with your preferred platform, whether that is Zoom or Mural or both. Next slide, please. And finally, if you'd like to join the conversation on Twitter, as Laurel mentioned, you can use the hashtag #AdaptingRestoration. And if you need technical assistance at any point, you can email engage@deltacouncil.ca.gov. And we'll have this slide up during all of the breaks as well if you need this information again. And with that, I will hand it back over to Dylan.
Great, thank you, Jennica, for that overview. And we can go to the next slide. So we really look forward to engaging with you all over these next 2 days, and as Jennica mentioned, hopefully into the future as well. So to set the stage a little bit for our plenary talks, I'm going to give just a brief introduction to some of our thinking on the symposium. And so most of you in our audience today are engaged in the practice of ecological restoration, which is a key piece of the toolbox for saving biodiversity and the natural processes that promote it. The Society for Ecological Restoration defines restoration as the process of assisting the recovery of an ecosystem that has been degraded, damaged, or destroyed. Next slide. What this definition doesn't fully articulate is the two-way relationship between humans and ecosystems. We evolved in deep connection with natural landscapes, and research and lived experience both demonstrate that physical and psychological health are improved by spending time in nature. As we restore ecosystems, we also move towards the restoration of humanity's relationship with the landscapes that sustain us. Next slide. While restoration is essential in today's California and its outcomes can be striking, it also points to California's recent history as a Western settler colonized society. The need for restoration in the first place is compelled by the violent legacy of land dispossession perpetrated against California's native peoples, whose stewardship activities and knowledge built on thousands of years of experience, insight, inquiry, and reverence for California's ecosystems. Across currently federally recognized tribes seen here, unrecognized tribes across the state, and historical tribal groups, long-term thinking is a key part of life. Since European colonization in the 1800s, ecosystem management has become detached from this rich, detailed history of practice in favor of dominating landscapes for profit. These approaches have made California, despite its still diverse and unique flora and fauna, much like the rest of the world, in an undeniable biodiversity crisis. As we struggle to regain the historic functions of these ecosystems and reestablish human connections with landscapes, we are faced with yet another result of human disconnection from nature, that of climate change. Indigenous expertise with long-term thinking compels us as restoration practitioners to look for authentic ways to partner with Indigenous groups in our future restoration endeavors. The return of stolen lands, like the recent return of 500 acres in Mendocino County to the Sinkyone Council, is a compelling direct means of engagement that should be possible in our region as well. Next slide. Changing climate will bring a new set of challenges for restoration, but also bring many new opportunities. We've come together today to help identify where and how we can move forward together as a community of practice, as Laurel mentioned. Humans have been thinking creatively about California's landscapes since time immemorial. As recently as 11,000 years ago, a blink of an eye in geologic time anyway, the California coast was over 35 miles from the Golden Gate. As giant ice age ice sheets melted, the coastline was completely reconfigured. Both humans and the ecosystems they stewarded responded, tracking the tides inland and adapting to new futures and new realities. While the offshore archaeological record of this time in California is lost, there's no doubt that the early inhabitants responded and adapted in creative ways to meet new challenges. Next slide. Over the next 2 days, we'll be hearing from a variety of speakers on how we can work together to improve the ecological health of the estuary, its watershed, and beyond. As we'll hear, many of the techniques we'll need are already out there, waiting for the right conditions to be implemented. We appreciate you all taking the time to be part of this discussion and look forward to hearing your input. With that, I would like to introduce Karina Gould. Karina is the tribal spokesperson for the Confederated Villages of Lisjan. Born and raised in her ancestral homeland, the territory of Huichin, she is a mother of 3 and a grandmother of 4. Karina has worked on preserving and protecting the sacred burial sites of her ancestors throughout the Bay Area for decades. So welcome, Karina.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me here. Horshetuhi ka'at Lashanka ka'at ra'at Karina. That is the first language of my traditional territory. I am today situated in Huichin, one of the territories of our ancestors in the East Bay. And Huichin actually encompasses 5 Bay Area cities: Oakland, Alameda, Berkeley, Emeryville, Albany, and Piedmont. And so today I thought I'd share my screen and do a little presentation for you about our homelands and what we've been doing. And for many years, people thought our people were gone, that we had been erased. And so we talk about adaptation and what does it look like to steward and restore our lands. And first, we needed to steward and restore our people because of the colonization that was talked about during the opening. There's been a lot of things that have changed. And we created the first urban Indigenous women-led land trust in the country. We are a non-federally recognized tribe in the territory, and most of our lands have been urbanized. Our waterways have been culverted. Our wetlands have been filled, and so our landscape has changed over just a few hundred years, because California has only been here for a few hundred years. Everything that is changed here are the landscapes that you see, the asphalt, the buildings, the streets, the everything has only been here for a few hundred years. And so the colonization that happened in California was much different. And so I'm going to talk a little bit differently about restoration and what does it mean to bring back a people to our landscapes, to talk about how do we do the work of resiliency and change. And so this is the Confederated Villages of Lisjan's territory. We make up 5 different Bay Area counties. It's a large territory because our ancestors are made up of 6 tribes that were brought into Mission San Jose and Mission Dolores as slaves. And you can see the waterways here. In the background of myself, you can see Tuyushkak, and Tuyushkak in our territory is now named Mount Diablo. And here in the center of all of this territory is that place, a place that we were born to. We talk about how Native people, and I hear this often when there's conversations about Native people have always been stewards of this land. We were born to this land and waterways, and so we are a part of the landscape. We don't see ourselves as apart from it. And so our responsibilities to take care of these land and this water is really about taking care of ourselves and our future generations. And so it's our responsibility to do this work in continuation, not just with what our ancestors did, but with people that are now living in the territories that we call home. For many years, we were thought to be gone, and we did an amazing job of reimagining the Bay Area with our ancestors here and talking to people that now live in our territories to begin to have the conversation about living on Indigenous land, to even have this concept in this day and time that people did not know that the Bay Area actually had Native people. And now today, there's many Native people from many different parts of the world that was here on forced relocation projects. But to begin to have that conversation, even with those people, that the Ohlone people are still here, Lisjan people are still here, to begin to have them think about what did this landscape look like a few hundred years ago, and how do we begin to work on this landscape together? This is the first piece of land that was returned to us in 250 years since colonization. That here in 105th Avenue in deep East Oakland, a part of the Bay Area, part of Oakland that is forgotten about. Deep East Oakland is a very poor neighborhood called Sabrani Park, and I happen to live there. There is this beautiful organic nursery called Planting Justice that works with formerly incarcerated men and women. And during the 2016 Standing Rock, the young people that began this organization went there and found that it was important to work with First Nation people. And they asked the elders at Standing Rock what they should do. And the elders at Standing Rock told them they should work with the First Nation people on whose land they're on. And they took that to heart. There's this 2-acre beautiful organic nursery in this deep East Oakland pocket. And they had a 1/4 acre of land there. And they decided to return that land back to us. The Segurite Land Trust was just at its beginning. Myself and Jennica Moffett, who has been working with me since for decades around sacred site protection, began this because as Ohlone people, we found ourselves homeless in our own homelands. And we had been praying to get our ancestors returned from institutions. But we realized that even if our ancestors were returned to us, where would those ancestors go without a land base? We began to talk about that and really began to look at what are some tools that we could use in order for us to get land back, to begin to put ourselves back into that space again. So this place here, you can see this culverted creek, which is LaShawn Creek, is our waterway that we are named for. And in the background, you can see the 880 freeway near 98th Avenue. And if you can believe that, all of this here where the freeway is landfill. And so as human beings, we have changed this landscape in such a way that all of our waterways, all of our mudflats, all of those places that our ancestors lived along have totally changed and transformed. Our ancestors always created village sites where fresh water met salt water. And so this could possibly be very close to, if not right on a village site. And so this little 1/4 acre of land became a place where we call home. What do we do with a place that we call home to? Well, we decided, this is Jennica Moffett, she created this beautiful model of a arbor. It's a prayer place, a place that we have not had in our territories for 250 years. And why do I talk about this when we're talking about restoration and adaptation? Because human beings for thousands of years were connected to this land in ceremony and song and ritual that has been taken away from this landscape for 250 years. And a way for us to bring that back, to bring balance back into the waters and the lands, was to create this beautiful arbor again in our territories. We had no way of knowing how to do this, and we had no redwoods because our redwood trees had been all taken out of our territories. We had no access to the huge redwood trees that were here to create this thing. And so we reached out to people and asked them if there was redwood trees at any of the lumber mills, and there weren't any. And so we finally made contact with someone in Mendocino who had a piece of land that needed thinning out, and she offered us to take the redwoods that we needed. And we went there with prayer and elders, and we prayed for each of these redwood trees to give their lives in order for us to build this ceremonial arbor. And about 10 of us went up there with one guy from Planting Justice who worked the fire lines when he was in San Quentin. And we took down those trees and we cut them to size. And this one was about 700 pounds because they're full of water. And we put them on U-Haul trucks and we moved them to Oakland. And crazily, we thought that we were going to be able to put this arbor up in about a month. And those redwood trees taught us a lot of lessons over that year, as many people came to debark them and to sand them and to put their hands on them, and to move them so that they can dry evenly, and to move them again as we try to get them ready. We invited people from all walks of life to come and help to prepare the lands to get them ready for this arbor to go up, a center point again for the people, a place for us to remember ourselves and our humanity. We asked people to come for over a year from all those different places from around the world to come and help us to do this work. And 3 years in May, we put this arbor up, and we put it up in a traditional way for us. The women's log went up first. We are a matrilineal tribe, and our matriarchs just make the decisions for us. And as this women's log went up, we also put up a man's log, an elder's log, a youth log, and a log for our two-spirit non-binary people. And then the rest of the logs went up over a weekend, putting up these logs that represent our people and our sustainability and our way of life. And so really bringing back our arbor, this place where we call home now, a place that is LaShawn territory on this 1/4 acre of land in deep East Oakland. We're supposed to have people come and to celebrate with us, and then COVID came. But this place has become a center point, a fire pit that has offered songs for people that have passed over. It has become a place where people were married and celebrated graduations. It's been a place where people that have come out of prison have asked permission to come and put prayers in that fire before they went home. It's been a place where we can laugh and gather still. And it's been a center point where we created an offering place called Hameka. These are 500-mile spiritual runners that are coming to offer their prayers for the missing and murdered Indigenous women. And I know we're talking about climate disaster, but this is a place in deep East Oakland where no one is going to come and save them. We know that as we've looked at things that have happened when Katrina happened in the poor neighborhoods, that these poor neighborhoods are the neighborhoods that no one's going to come and save, that it's our responsibility as Indigenous people to have these touchstones in our territories where people have a place, not just Indigenous people and Ohlone people, but people that now live in our territory that are close to our homes. We've engaged ourselves in this beautiful way of being in our lands again. Human beings have always had their hands in the lands, in the waters, that have participated in moving things, helping them to grow by cutting them back, digging in the ground to encourage bulbs to grow and to bring back different foods and plants. And so our ancestors had did this for thousands of years along our waterways, collecting tule, doing that work. And as we sing to this land and engage our hands in this land, the land becomes healthier. It's a different kind of way of being intentional about what you take and what you leave. And our young people are learning this again about having this relationship to what is our responsibility to have this way of life again, to engage with these tule that have been our relatives, that offered us homes, that have offered us tule boats, that have been engaged in for thousands of years. Young people and our elders, our youngest ones, come out to do this work together because it's important that we remember so that the land remembers us. It's only been a few hundred years of hiding that the ancestors really understand that we are here on our homelands to do this work, working with elders and young people to reimagine what it's like again to have our hands on these ancient plants' lives that has offered us so much, that we continue to do this work together in order for us to survive, to offer shade for our elders during the sun time in the arbor, for our young people to begin to find soap root plants along the sides of the road, because you can see folks standing on asphalt looking for this. This is my grandson with a whole bunch of soap root. And my ancestors were geniuses. They figured out these plants. They had this relationship. They lived in reciprocity. They took what they needed. They allowed it to grow in such a way so that we can come back and reestablish our relationship and not take too much, but allow that plant to grow as well. This plant that we use to actually fish, to actually create brushes, to eat the bulbs. And so our ancestors were these geniuses when it comes to ethnobotany, when it comes to creativity, when it comes to doing these things over thousands of years of living as part of the land, not apart from it. We are teaching our young people to continue to do this creative work of bringing back the land in a sustainable way, a way that we don't take more than we need, and to bring back the language, a language that was first spoken here, the language that our land and waters understand. This language was born here on this land and water that was taken away from us, this Chochenyo language in the Bay Area, and to reimagine and reawaken the land and the waters and our plant life with this language again. It actually helps to sustain the places that we're at. And I know that they would come from science-based places here, and a lot of conversations will be about science, but this science is true. That these languages are part of what we call our home, that this language brings us home to, again, in a different kind of a way, that this language is important for us to begin to see that there was names for the places and the things, the plant life that was here, the waterways, and that when those languages and songs are sung, it actually enhances and brings health back to those places. We're working with different places along the Bay Area to bring those languages back into spaces that people are creating along the way. This is a space that's in Richmond, California, a park that was just opened up. And one of the places, it says, Si Uti Isha Ehetmek Mak. Water is life, and we are still here. And it is important for us to work in relationship with creating places and spaces that grow medicinal plants, the California natives, to talk and engage with city and county and officials to remember that indigenous lifeways and traditional ecological knowledges are important in our territories, even when we're living in an urban area. Uh-oh, it got stuck. Sorry. We created something called Hameka in our territory as well, along Lishan, and these Hamekas means a place where we all gather. It's a place that I talked about where there, in these poorer neighborhoods, there will not be places where people come to save them. These storage containers that are built out so that they have roofs that have water catchment systems and first aid and traditional medicines in them. They have freshwater tanks. And so that when the climate disaster happens, that there are these places, these little touchstones in the neighborhoods that are available for people to come to, that will have outdoor kitchens, that will have solar power so they could charge their phones and other things. And so we are beginning to not just think about we don't just think about ourselves, we think about everyone that now lives in our homeland. What are these places and spaces that are needed in neighborhoods so that there's actually a place for people to go in times of disaster? These are the one of the water catchment systems that we created at our Hameka at Lishan. We are working to bring food into our territories in a different kind of way. Our traditional methods are to gather food and to engage in making sure that the food is replenished in a different kind of way. But we have lost our rights to gather medicinal plants, food plants, and the food plants, if you can imagine, over 150 years ago, there was enough food to sustain everyone and everything that lived here in our territory. And that's not possible today. Today, we have to think about smaller places. This acre of land in El Sobrante, that we have working with Black Earth Farms in order to create food that we can distribute out to people, especially during COVID. We began to do this food production that we could give food out to our elders and to folks that were immunosuppressed and people that had small children and that were working on the front lines. And for the last 2.5 years or so, we have been doing that, cultivating again our relationship with land, farming in a way that our people never did, but working in a way that's sustainable so that we can actually provide food for folks that need that and in this time of crisis, just as we will always need food production in some kind of way to help it. But we begin to think of ourselves in villages again. If we begin to think of these places that are that are huge cities broken up into smaller places where people can begin to think about taking care of one another, living in reciprocity with the land and the water, making sure that everything that you need is within walking distance: food, medicine, music, song, language, everything you need is within walking or biking distance, that we could put a smaller footprint on this earth again, that we don't need to continue to live in the same way as we are now. This is a box of food that went out to some of our elders. We are growing our medicinal plants again, plants that we need in order for us to survive again, bringing back the traditional methodologies of taking care of those plants so that they can take care of us. Opening up spaces in other parts of neighborhoods that are food deserts and creating community gardens. And this is one that's in deep West Oakland that has 13 fruit trees that are used to distribute food there. Young people are learning how to put seeds in the ground and are reestablishing their relationship with food. And we're opening this up to people that in this food desert have no place to get fresh food. We're creating these medicines, that fire cider and elderberry syrup and things that help people during fire season to be able to keep their health up again. And working with people that are very different, people that you would least expect to become partners with the Confederated Villages of LaShawn and the Segorte Land Trust. These are actually soccer players from Roots Oakland soccer team. And they came to learn as a part of their education of being soccer players in our territory, came to learn about the tribe and Segorte Land Trust and work in partnership to uphold the relationships to the land and where they live and work and play. And so it's been done in a very good way to create different kinds of partnerships to look at how do we do this work. We do this work so that we can dance our next 7 generations into a better future, to remember that not that long ago that we had always been a part of this landscape, and that it is still our responsibility, that this landscape and our waterways love us and that we love it back. And it's our responsibility to be the voice of the waters and to the land, those that's fly in the sky and those that have 4 legs. It's our responsibility to bring our salmon back home in a sustainable way. It's our responsibility to work in these waterways as we have for thousands of years, and to bring those along with us that want to come. We're not going anywhere. We've been here since the beginning of time. And so we take our responsibilities and obligations seriously. And so I believe that we are here because our ancestors have something that we're supposed to do. And today, I think today we're supposed to be working with those that didn't grow up here, that had no connection here, to remember that only 200 years ago, every creek had fresh water we can drink out of. That only 200 years ago, this land sustained such a bounty that we could all eat from it. That just a few hundred years ago, there was no such thing as hunger and homelessness. And that we in California could move that back in such a way that we can have that again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Karina. Really incredible talk and helping us to think about an encompassing view of what resilience means and how that links to California's past and present with regards to Indigenous people who have been stewarding this land for so long. Thanks again. And so with that, we're going to move to our next speaker, and I'd like to introduce Jennifer Norris, who is the Deputy Secretary for Biodiversity and Habitat at the California Natural Resources Agency, where she is responsible for overseeing the statewide biodiversity strategy, including the California Biodiversity Collaborative and the Cutting the Green Tape Initiative, among other projects.
Thank you, Dylan. And thank you, Corinna. That was a beautiful talk. I really appreciated hearing it, and it's a hard act to follow. So today, like Laurel, like Corinna, I want to give you some thoughts about hope. Like many of us, you can do the next slide. Like many of us working in this field, I see the news and I get down. Just this week, I saw new reports about glaciers melting even faster than the last time they said glaciers were melting faster than predicted. Just this morning, I saw a report on extreme, not yet, please, a report on extreme heat in the ocean. There are new highs in greenhouse gas emissions. There's crazy weather all over the country and the world that's destroying lives and habitats. And I find sometimes it's really hard to stay positive. Sometimes the world seems pretty hopeless, but we have work to do. And so, you know, every day I wake up and remind myself I can't afford to give in to nihilism. So next slide now. So when we talk about hope, what do we mean? And I want to share my favorite quote by an author, Rebecca Solnit. She says, hope is not like a lottery ticket that you can sit on the sofa and clutch, feeling lucky. Hope is an axe you break down the doors with in an emergency. And her point is that hope isn't passive, it's active, and it's a commitment to a better future. So yes, things are bad, but we also have a lot to be hopeful about. And I want to give you a taste of that right now. Next slide. So I've been lucky enough to get the job of leading our statewide effort to conserve 30% of our lands and coastal waters by 2030, the so-called 30 by 30 initiative. And what makes this initiative so enticing is that it's forward thinking. It's not talking about what we can't or shouldn't do. It's about what is possible. It provides us a tangible goal, and it gives us all something concrete to work toward. Next slide. A friend of mine said that 30 by 30 sounds really simple, but it's deceptively complex. And it is. 30 by 30 has three key objectives: to conserve lands and waters, to protect biodiversity, expand access to nature, and to mitigate and build resilience to climate change. And those of you probably know that this is doable. We can protect spectacular scenery and manage it for its ecosystem values and careful use by people. And we know that protecting places from concrete is essential to keep our life support systems going, to sequester carbon and make our oxygen, and help us and other species survive into the future. Next slide. We also know we can do this and advance equity. We can do this and strengthen our relationships with tribal nations and return land back to our tribal partners. And California shows every day that you can have a strong economy, be the breadbasket of the world, and protect the environment. But putting all these pieces together is complicated. I'm not going to lie. But next slide. The thing I want you to take away from this, though, is that people are all in. This past year, I spent time talking with folks about conservation in California, what it means to them, what the opportunities are across the state, and there was unprecedented public engagement. We counted it up, and over 4,000 people have sat through Zoom meetings about 30 by 30. We had over 17 workshops through this little screen, and people just kept coming back for more. We met with over 60 different California Native American tribes. We've talked to thousands of people, had dozens of meetings, received hundreds and hundreds of letters. People are psyched. Next slide. And that is the really good news that I want you to take away. It means we have a base of support. It means people are ready to get to work together and make this a reality. We know this movement needs to be locally led and with support from Sacramento. So we're going to rely on regional work groups, tribal partners, our interagency partners, academics like you, and practitioners to get it all done. And by all indications from what this past year, we're going to have the army we need. Now, don't think I'm naive. I'm an ecologist, and I've been working on conservation policy for decades. And I know I'm talking to scientists and practitioners right now. The devil is definitely in the details, and we can absolutely argue over which places are the most important to protect, what the trade-offs are between conservation and other uses, and what you are experts in, how to restore the places that are severely degraded or mostly gone. As you know, restoration isn't one and done. We're going to need to monitor and manage to ensure long-term viability. We can and will have all those conversations. You're probably going to have some of those in the coming days. But first, I really want us to focus on what brings us together. Let's start with what we have in common. Let's savor this moment of hopefulness, because the moment is here. People care about this. 30 by 30 is part of an international movement to use conservation of natural areas to protect biodiversity and combat climate change. And over 70 countries, including us, have signed on already. And the number is growing every day. Next slide, please. Sorry, this is my slide about the details. Go to the next one. Anyway, conservation and biodiversity protection is finally part of the global conversation. I think you should see that in the news when you look at it. Nature is having its moment. So I'd say let's seize it. Get hopeful, get your acts. We have work to do. Thanks.
Thank you so much for those words, Jennifer, and for, again, helping us set the stage from the state's perspective. I'm excited to see some overlap, particularly with tribal partnerships as such an important piece, building off of Karina's presentation. So next, I would like to introduce Obi Kaufman. And Obi is an artist, author, and naturalist, and conservationist working across the state of California. He's the author of a wonderful series of illustrated field guides, including the California Field Atlas, the State of Water, the Forests of California, and the forthcoming, I think in April of this year, Coasts of California, which is very timely for our topics today. And with that, I would like to welcome Obi.
Hey, hello, good morning, Dylan. Thank you, Jennifer and Karina, for such a wonderful couple of first presentations here this morning. I am so honored to be here as a featured panelist at the Symposium of Adapting Restoration and for Changing Climate. Thank you to the Delta Stewardship Council and the Delta Science Program. I am sure that I will spend my time in this brief presentation here deconstructing the title of this thought piece called The State of Water, the Art and Science of Biogeography Across the Bay Delta and Beyond. There's nothing straightforward about this title. And I'm sure that the title itself could use an edit, perhaps something more like The Populist Ethics of Bay Delta Restoration in the Age of Climate Disruption. But still, I would need to put something in there about art and science, about how they inform the story. So for now, we'll just let it play as it lays. First, let me jump in. Let's go to the next slide here. Yeah, there you go. All right. First, let me dive in and quickly introduce myself and explain my perspective from what I think might be a rather unique voice at the symposium. My work, authoring big systems books of about California's natural world. I don't know if you could see that, but they're big. Authoring these books that I'm happy to say have all climbed to the top of the Chronicle's bestseller list at one time or another. The work is the consilient bridge between being a science and policy communicator, along with an ambassador for the humanities, in my case, it's painting. My books are ultimately the funneled product of what may be perhaps my woefully subjective voice, and that voice belongs to me, a failed mathematician, a long distance walker of California's wild lands, an amateur aspiring economist, a naturalistic wildlife illustrator, not a scientific wildlife illustrator, a naturalist who might be a little bit too preoccupied with social philosophy. And lastly, I suppose that I am a cartographer for whom it can be said is more interested in how space and time work rather than where things are. I am a lifelong resident of California, having spent most of my life in the Bay Area, and am now currently residing on the Carquinez Strait in Crockett. The Bay Delta is my home. Because of the tone of my books, I am regularly labeled as a few things, and none of those things sit very well with me, including being called an optimist or an activist or a romantic. There are a few things that I certainly eschew being called, and those include a research scientist, media pundit, a farmer, a lawyer, or a lobbyist. I'm none of those things. I have chosen art as my primary vocation because in this time of emergency, I have a license and a shield to introduce, among other devices, powerful metaphors to make grand points about truth, community, and ultimately justice. All right, next slide, please. So I use metaphor to describe the meaning of deeper truths, truths based in a better story we can tell about our relationship to the land. And by the land, I mean at scale, we are either and both talking about specific geographies like the Bay Delta and macro level dynamic systems like the global biosphere. But the Bay Delta is not specific and discrete, is it? As a basin that represents 40% of California's total land area across what was only a few decades ago, 1,600 miles of aqueous habitat, from willow fern communities to riparian forests to dune networks. If the body of the hyper object that is California has a beating heart, this is the place where that system beats life throughout. And by beats life, I not only mean for the thousands of species of animals and plants that still make their home here, a miracle unto itself, considering that only 3% of that aforementioned 1,600 miles of habitat still exists. But for the human experiment and its resident industries of metropolitanism and agriculture. I put to you here today in this audience, the landowners, the policy makers, and the field scientists and researchers, that the decisions you are making now are perhaps inside of a 5-year window to come will determine the quality of our continued residency here in the Golden State for hundreds or even thousands of years to follow. A swath of this globe, of course, California, that ranks amongst the world's most perilous and most precious places. Well, I don't know, perhaps this point is made and lost because I am now preaching to the choir, but I still don't believe it can be overstated enough. Here we go with the next slide, please. Yes, the grizzly. The Bay Delta is not what it was, and restoration is not a time machine. And I'll put all these slides on my website, which is coyoteandthunder.com, but I'll say that again later. The Bay Delta is not what it was, and restoration is not a time machine. To paraphrase David Rains Wallace, you can't put back together an explosion or an exploded landscape. Our charge is to successfully dance that knife's edge between stewarding the miracle of what remains, bolstering it, and then ushering it in, all of it, into a new functional identity. That dance is measured not only by scientific innovation and the implementation of wise yet restrained infrastructure, but also the undoing of extractivist paradigms that have defined our relationship to resources here, and even to the injustices suffered by our interdependent human communities. Okay, so even if global civilization manages to go carbon neutral and even capture so much CO2 that Antarctica's Thwaites Glacier, for example, veers from its path, a trajectory that threatens to swallow Stockton and sink the Bay Delta, the Bay Delta will transform and rebuild itself long after the modern society is washed away and transformed into what comes next, the once rich ecological niches, not long ago filled by the extinct grizzly bear and the diminishing salmon, will be available again and occupied perhaps by some new ursine predator and a resurgent population of anadromous fish. Excuse me, I had problems tripping over that word, anadromous fish. Let's go on to the next slide there. And so we press on, knowing well that our grandchildren will know a Bay Delta much different from our own, certainly as different as the one today is from the one first settled by the Americans from the East. The measure of that Bay Delta's future functionality will be determined by how we set about to treat and regard one another in the next few years, how we reckon with and acknowledge the past. This is a discussion of justice in all of its forms. Then, well, you see this Venn diagram here in the slide describes how justice can exist between three spheres of human ecology called society, economics, and environment. So I started writing these books with the intent of observing, categorizing, and communicating system patterns that I see in what can be called the more than human world of California, and how to deliberate on that knowledge and how that knowledge might empower me to finally be more from this place. I call home home when I am in accord with my neighbors. When do we finally love this place? Not for what we can take from it, but enter into a reciprocal relationship with it. Isn't that the very best definition of the word stewardship? So colonialized thinking is the primary tenet for what the agrarian philosopher Wendell Berry calls industrialized fundamentalism. Industrialized fundamentalism is the root cause of, among other things, climate breakdown by way of anthropogenic global warming. Only by integrating our responsibilities as knowledgeable stewards into all of our rights as citizens can we invent an industry of sustainability. One that is able to both tend the wild and leave it to its own functionality. Furthermore, any plan that denies indigenous sovereignty or that employs pathological science that has been warped by a corporate agenda or panders slowly to pursuing an extraction-based economy will be unjust and is doomed. In the globally significant economic force that is California, there are many reasons to believe that the revelation aimed towards a post-carbon circular economy is already underway. Over the past few decades, the economy has successfully decoupled from water as the primary driver of its domestic product. Building on that, the market forces underway that are currently being brought to bear, including the nullification of the marginal cost of energy and logistics, as detailed by the economist Jeremy Rifkin, suggests that a new paradigm of sustainability is not only possible, it may be inevitable. So we take the seed, the germ of what original character the Bay Delta, the germ of what original character of the Bay Delta remains, and we nurture it and we foster it. We are threading a needle to a grander vision, one that conceivably even has us leaving the Bay Delta at the end of the 21st century with a natural character more intact and biodiverse than how we left it at the end of the 20th century. So now I leave it to you, leaders and landowners, citizens and scientists, to consider with great care, as now we are in the third year since any Delta smelt were found in the standard fish sampling program of the fall midwinter trawl and the summer tow net survey. To face then with great concern, humility, love, and kindness what grand relationship we can forge together to build the Bay Delta's new character. Is more infrastructure to undo the problems of what our old infrastructure caused the answer? What excellent balance can we strike between the techno-optimist hard path and a soft path that involves the changing of our hearts to the nature of our own resource use? We have to dig into this question because whatever we know that there are no easy answers. So I called my second book, The State of Water, the subtitle of which was Understanding California's Most Precious Resource. And I guess it suggests that the liquid stuff that is water is our most precious resource. And I found that while touring the book around the state, from San Diego to Crescent City, Truckee to Fresno, and Mojave, and all points beyond, I found that our most precious and indeed the most rare resource we have is our ability to talk to each other at all and to trust each other with what our story is to the land and what our responsibility is to each other. If we can navigate those, rhetorical waterways, we will find that the opportunity is a rising tide that meets the challenge of the day, and we find ourselves with an even more actionable tool than hope. We find ourselves with something better than an argument for this debate. We find ourselves with the only thing that has ever changed anyone's mind about anything, and that is a better story. Okay, so I'm going to post all of my slides here. Thank you so much. My next book, the 650-page California Field Atlas called The Coasts of California, will be here. Well, it's now available for pre-order from heydaybooks.com and will be available everywhere in April. And I post regularly on Instagram as @CoyoteThunder. I'm usually standing here most days in my studio in Crockett. If you ever want to contact me, my email is coyoteandthunder@gmail.com. And you can order my other books from californiafieldatlas.com as well. So I will put all of that in the chat. I really appreciate being here. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Obi, for that, and also all these beautiful images, which are such a gift, I think, for us who work in these systems to see them translated with this level of skill and care. So thank you very much for that. And with that, we are coming up to our final presentations of our plenary session. Want to thank all of the speakers so far. This has been a great way for us to get started. And I'd like to introduce our final two speakers, Josh Collins and Letitia Grenier from the San Francisco Estuary Institute. Letitia Grenier directs SFEI's Resilient Landscapes program, where her current focus is to work with partners to conserve California's living resources by developing landscape-scale, collaborative, science-based visions and solutions. Josh Collins is the lead scientist at SFEI, where he oversees the development and integration of SFEI's scientific work. And we can go to the next slide and start with Josh.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dylan, and thanks to the Planning Committee for this opportunity to provide some thoughts on the very large subject of restoration features in San Francisco Estuary. Thanks to the previous speakers. I've been listening very thankfully. My words are going to be inadequate, but thank you, Karina, for telling your story of inspired cultural resilience and revitalization. Jennifer, thank you for giving us hope. And thanks, Obi, for raising the profile of art as a way to see and solve problems, environmental and human. I'll read some prepared comments without slides and then turn this presentation over to Letitia Grenier, who better represents the future of the estuary, given that I've retired and moved to the high desert of Central Oregon. I'll try to be quick with these general ideas, some of which have already been offered this morning. Our estuary was subjected to more than a century of localized and then regional intensification of foreign uses of lands and waters before the gold rush ushered in almost another century of natural resource exploitation, unprecedented in the American West, with abject disregard for indigenous living and environmental well-being. Modern environmentalism took hold over the following 50 years, with laws and policies leading to broad ecological restoration plans for the estuary, based on new environmental science and engineering. Ecological restoration has been a problematic concept, for me at least, infused with a bias for historical conditions. In theory, the natural conditions of historical times were more resilient and easier to manage for broader suites of ecosystem services. But the functions that are valued as services have changed with culture. According to science, energy flows through ecosystems and materials cycle through them over time. But ecosystems don't run backwards. We can't reach the past. No one could step into the same ecosystem even once, because every ecosystem is constantly changing. Nevertheless, there is a growing amount of land use reversion to more natural conditions, intentionally in the name of restoration or unintentionally. Every part of the estuary will always be managed to some degree. Traditional ecological knowledge should be an integral part of management, but the estuary is on a trajectory to become more natural in the future than it has been in the past 150 years. Most restoration projects have met most of their site-specific ecological goals, but regional goals have not been met. We are less than halfway to established regional acreage goals for estuarine habitat. And as far as I know, no estuarine plant or animal species formerly listed as threatened or endangered has been delisted. To the contrary, most species are likely more imperiled now than ever before. For the estuary to date, the slow rate of background or ambient environmental change not due to illegal or permitted activities, has allowed restoration targets to be based on historical conditions, making the ideas of preserving the present or restoring the past seem believable. But ambient change will very likely accelerate, threatening conventional approaches to environmental protection and restoration. Project-specific and regional environmental targets and some regulatory standards eventually will be nullified by changes in baseline conditions. Valued plant and animal species will track changes in the distribution and abundance of the preferred habitat conditions, which will create opportunities for new biological invasions, and might also diminish the value of our static networks of protected areas. To the popular adage, build it and they will come, we might add the phrase, and then they will leave. Now we're facing credible forecasts of more rapid and greater environmental change throughout the world due to global warming than has happened in many thousands of years. Not for the first few millennia since the Pacific Ocean last invaded the Golden Gate has the estuary faced the magnitude of change predicted for the next century and beyond. The estuary likely will change as much or more in the next 50 to 75 years as it has naturally in the past 2,000 and unnaturally in the last 250. The expected future change threatens all existing restoration policies, programs, and projects. Let's not forget what might happen beyond the years 2050 or 2100. Sea level rise won't suddenly stop, and it might continue to accelerate. There are many people alive today who will be here at that future time. We don't know what future generation will get a reprieve from the stresses of current and future global warming. The question is, with regard to the estuary, how should we respond to the pending changes? Another way to ask the same question is, what should we restore and protect as the changes happen? Or somewhat more specifically, how much of which ecosystem services do we really need to secure, where, and when? We can shift our ecological thinking from conventional restoration of historical conditions to ecosystem design, based on answers to the questions above. We might update our working definition of restoration to mean everything we do to achieve and maintain healthy ecosystems, meaning systems we design and manage to meet target levels of essential ecosystem services. Now is the time to begin designing, creating estuarine ecosystems that meet our needs. That will require systems that accommodate shifting environmental gradients, such as bay levels, tidal range, salinity, and sediment supply. The challenge is to organize enough natural and working landscapes to accommodate shifts in environmental gradients to which people and wildlife can continue to adapt into perpetuity. To make this more tangible, we can think about establishing ecological corridors up and down the estuary, connected to other corridors up and down its watersheds. To accommodate changes in tidal and river flooding, aqueous salinity, and groundwater levels as the estuary continues to move uphill and inland. Let's consider that the rates of environmental change are likely to be faster than conventional environmental planning, regulation, and management. I expect we're going to have to accomplish more faster with greater coordination across more public and private institutions than has been achieved in this region since the Second World War. Nothing about this is new. I'm talking about regional ecological healthcare based on one, all responsible agencies adopting the same target levels for ecosystem services. Two, adjusting policies and programs and projects to achieve the targets. Three, monitoring progress. Four, publicly reporting the status and trends in the key services relative to the targets. And five, adjusting the targets for new understanding and changing circumstances. The needed consensus, coordination, and collaboration, the three big C's, will depend on a new shared online information system based on sufficiently accurate and detailed inventories of existing levels of ecosystem services to inform local land use decisions, and used to visualize the predictions of realistic numerical models about how the services will respond to alternative ecosystem designs and management actions. The GIS that is needed has been called landscape scenario planning. It is the best way to see the choices in front of us, make the best choices, assess progress, correct mistakes, and keep things getting better through a very uncertain future. These are easy things to articulate and very difficult to accomplish. But unless we make real progress faster, we will fail expensively because the estuary will change faster than we can successfully manage it. Take heart. I agree with Jennifer and others of us. We have reasons to be hopeful. The science and technology are adequate at this stage, and they continue to improve. The necessary laws and policies are basically in place. Sufficient capacity exists within the agencies of government, and they are recruiting talented staff trained to integrate across systems and disciplines. Adequate regional funding is evidently possible. Political will seems to be on the upswing, and you're influential. I'd even say you're in charge. When I look across the science and planning that is ongoing and proposed, I realize we've already gotten started. We're heading toward a science enterprise linked to environmental management and regulation for the estuary as a whole. We just need to make it happen a little faster. Let's do what's needed to prepare the estuary and the natural and human life it supports for the environmental changes approaching. Let's face the threats and get in front of them. Let's make sure the science is in place to support and encourage proactive government. As I've been instructed by my own mentors, to remember during my critical junctures in my own career, turn vision into actionable steps. Perfect is the enemy of good. Don't be afraid to make mistakes. Few things worth doing are easy. Sometimes you have to run with scissors. Ecosystem management is ecosystem management, including mine and yours. Help others lead, and don't forget to celebrate progress. With that, it gives me great pleasure to turn this presentation over to Letitia Grenier, who personifies all of my reasons for being hopeful. Again, thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for those previous presentations and for having me here today. It's wonderful to hear Josh's comments as he moves toward retirement. And thanks for being willing to participate today, Josh. I also want to say thank you for the earlier presentations. Karina, I think what you said really gave me hope. We need to act on the kinds of ideas that will transform society as well as transforming our landscapes. And so what I'm going to talk about is from a scientific frame of reference, but I just want to say everything I'm going to say is completely in alignment, I think, with the kind of action we need to take in our social and economic approaches. So this is about government, this is about people, this is about caring for each other. But I'll be talking about it in terms of the scientific lens of how we think about managing the landscapes that we live in. So next slide, please. As I think has been really well explained already by those before us, we're failing, and it's really hard to cope with emotionally. Plus, people are suffering. We're failing to manage our ecosystems in a way that's sustainable, in a way that's just for all the people who are affected, and inclusive in terms of who gets to govern how they're managed, and also just in terms of delivering the functions that we desperately need. And I do think that a lot of the way that our state, local, and federal government approaches this is through a lens that came from the culture of European settlement, which was people versus nature. And it's just a cultural baggage that a lot of our government and our society has, that we may not want to think that way, but it's really embedded in the way we've set up our jurisdictions and our structures and our cultures within our agencies. And so it's very hard to break out of it. And I think it was so good to hear the indigenous viewpoint of actually being part of the land. These aren't even, our animal and plant friends are not even our brothers and sisters. They are us. We are all together. And I think we have to start thinking about that in terms of all the communities that are affected by and living in this landscape where we all are together, both human communities and other living things. So I think that's a really different thing that we should be thinking deeply about, even if our jobs every day are just about science. Because by aligning around that kind of thought process and values, I think we can get to the type of outcome that I'm going to talk about here through a scientific lens. So if we think about how the ecosystems have changed, and I'm going to talk mostly about the Delta, but also a little bit about the lower estuary or San Francisco Bay and their watersheds, we have taken them apart piece by piece. So the way that the past 200 years has worked in California is that different landowners, owned the land, had jurisdiction over what to do with it, and basically pursued their particular interest on their particular parcel. And I know I've used this analogy a lot, but I'll just say it's sort of like if you started taking apart your car piece by piece, like 1,000 people were taking pieces out of your car, and suddenly, there is no car even, it doesn't run. It's completely broken because it's been so haphazardly managed. And I think we're dealing with countering that legacy that's quite extreme, especially in the Delta. And we're dealing with the future of climate change and how that's going to exacerbate our problems. And I agree with Obi that, in the long run, something's going to be alive here and it's going to probably flourish. But what I am hoping to do is reduce the suffering along the way as we go on that trajectory and create, a more healthy and happy future for all of us. And I've, definitely personally want the plants and animals to be here with us that are native to California and along the way, and I want them for our children and for all of the future generations. So it's kind of about what is that path that we take in the long run and how much suffering and loss occurs on that path and how much joy and gain appears on that path. And I know that's very, I don't know, I think sometimes culturally we think those kinds of feelings shouldn't cross over into our professional lives, but we are in the profession that is at that juncture of working with our life support system. Ecosystems are life support systems and always have been. And as we recognize that it's not us versus the ecosystem, it's us as part of the ecosystem, that's where I think we can see that even though these are really challenging emotional concepts, we need to bring them to our everyday work and decision making. And so that's my challenge to everybody listening is, what can you do today? What can you do every day in every decision you make to try to move toward a better approach to managing our life support systems and a better approach to including all communities and people in being a part of the thinking and power over what happens to our future. Okay, so I think we would all agree that we've taken ecosystems apart piece by piece. And the point I want to make in my discussion about ecosystem-based management is it's a system. If you take something apart piece by piece, that's a system, that means the rest of the system is affected. So I may have done something here like dike my wetland or whatever, but that's actually going to affect all of you out there elsewhere in the system because my little piece affects the function of the whole system. And that's what I'll be showing you next. Next slide. So here's an example of what happened in the Delta. You see the very curvy, sinuous channels that were part of the native bulrush, tule, marsh system. So it was very flat. So you had these meandering channels like in a flat river, and that's slow for navigation. So settlers cut straight lines across those channels to make navigation quicker and easier. Well, they may have done that only in this one place, but when you do that, it affects how the whole system functions. Again, I'm going to talk about this a little bit more. Next slide. So if we look at this across the whole Delta, this is what the historical channel system used to look like. And I'm just going to pause for a minute and say all of this data that, well, most of the data that I'm going to present to you is through the lens of early European settlers where we got these historical data. But I think now as we're starting to recognize and value the input from indigenous people who know this land better and lived on it for thousands of years and are much more connected to how it works, I think we can start thinking about how to bring in indigenous perspectives and have other kinds of data and knowledge integrated into how we think about ecosystem-based management. So for the moment, this is the lens I have to offer, but I'm hoping we can have more lenses on what this place used to work like and how it could work in the future as time goes on. So this was the historical Delta as mapped by early European explorers. These are the waterways. Next slide. San Joaquin mostly. And here's what it looks like now. So you can see that there's a pretty big difference. Next slide. And there, I'm going to overlap them so you can see the difference. There's all those channel cuts that I was showing you, those straight lines to connect places to make it easier to navigate. And there's a lot of loss of those little squiggly lines, which are the smaller channels that are like the arteries in your body that were feeding the marsh and bringing the tide and the sediment and the water and the fish and the food that it had in and out every day. Next slide. And this highlights the channel cuts. So you can imagine if this were your own circulatory system, this would have affected your function, right? If you lost all your arteries and little tiny veins, that would definitely mess you up. Next slide. And that's what's happened to the Delta. And so here's just one example of how a function has changed, is that the water residence time is really different than it used to be. So water residence time is always short now in the Delta because all those channel cuts and all the changes that were made in the channels just push the water out really quickly. And so all the benefits of water staying in one place for a long time and building up a food web slowly from phytoplankton to zooplankton to fish are lost. And not surprisingly, we have challenges with food production in the Delta because of this. Next slide. Here's another way of looking at it. The red channels are channels that are connected to each other, and the green channels are dead end channels, or that dendritic network that's like your arteries and capillaries and then veins. And so what you can see here is that historically there were way more green channels than red channels. Now we have more red than green. And what that means functionally, so again, how do these acts that we do in one place change the system? Functionally, that means that we've lost food in the aquatic ecosystem for fish and other creatures. We've lost cover. That means no place to hide, and that means you get eaten and you're dead. So that matters. We've lost low velocity refugia. By that, what we mean is we've lost places where the water's moving slowly, so you don't have to swim very hard to stay there. So you can retain your fat and use that fat to grow big and strong and go become a salmon out in the ocean that can come back and spawn. And we know scientifically that that's a metric that matters. So by losing these channels, we've lost that opportunity for many fish to have and access. So we improved navigation for people, but we actually really messed up navigation for aquatic animals that can't access, of course, these wetlands anymore because the wetlands are gone, but also the channels that would bring access into those wetlands are gone. So that's the way that these acts in a certain place affect the functions that we now realize we really want to be having in this landscape. Next slide. And here's a look at how productivity has changed. So this is just looking at primary productivity or how much food is made via photosynthesis in the Delta, a massive change from historical to modern. And it's not just because of all the diking of wetlands, it's because the kinds of habitats that were lost were really high leverage. The wetlands really, some of the analogies are like punched above their weight, or, they had a lot of bang for their buck. So every acre of wetland that was lost sometimes was replaced with open water that's not bringing back as much food as that wetland historically delivered. So we lost function by making some of these changes. Next slide. And as we all know, and I think these maps between the historical and modern Delta show really clearly, we lost the flooding. And so again, that natural process of surface waters moving across the land is what gave the Delta so much value in terms of creating ecological functions. I know I say this all the time, but this, tidal marshes, which is the vast majority of what the Delta was, but also the non-tidal marshes, which is what a lot of the rest of the Delta was, but also the riparian areas, which is what the last little bit of the Delta was. Those were all incredibly valuable ecosystems. So no matter how you slice it, when economists sit down to think about what ecosystems deliver the most value to humans, I'm not just talking about wildlife, I'm talking about people. It is wetlands, and it is these coastal types of wetlands. So we lost a lot when we took the wetland out of the Delta, when we took the flooding off of the land. And this is an example here of the functioning question, is the difference in salmon. They do much better as young salmon when being reared on a wetland versus being reared in a channel. And it's all about those functions I talked about earlier: food, cover, low velocity refugia. Next slide. So I'm going to shift gears a little bit and give you a tiny preview of a talk that's happening tomorrow by Scott Dusterhoff from SFEI. So I hope you can return and see that. I hope this entices you to come and see that. And what he's going to talk about is one of these big ecosystem scale functional questions, which is how do we retain our coastal wetlands as sea level rises? For marshes, we need a lot of material so they can build themselves up, which they will do on their own if they have enough sediment, so they can build themselves up in keeping with sea level rise. Otherwise, the marsh can't keep up and it starts to drown. And so he did an analysis of this for San Francisco Bay, including Sassoon, and found that under our current approaches with naturally delivered sediment, which is of course how marshes have worked since marshes were marshes. This is how they work on their own. But because we've disrupted the natural system so much, they're only going to have 30% of the sediment they need. And that means that our coastal marshes will be lost over time, and certainly most of them by 2100, if we don't change what we're doing. And so it's a big wake-up call. We're getting huge services from these marshes. They're protecting our shorelines. They're harboring endangered species. They're making food. They're sequestering carbon. They're helping clean the water. Like I said, these are valuable systems. These are not just, oh, it's nice to look at, or that's just for people who care about birds and fish. We all need these life support systems. Next slide. And the way that it works to get sediment, to have water bring sediment through waterways all the way out to the coast, where it can then be taken up by marshes and used to keep those elevations up, is to have a functional system. This can't be a site by site, well, I'm just going to restore this marsh and it's going to work out for me. That used to be okay because we used to have enough sediment. But now we've got to the point with sea level rise that that's not going to work. That marsh is not going to stay there very long. And so what we need is a functional system, which in most cases is a watershed. So here's an oblique view of a watershed that delivers that sediment and ideally takes advantage of natural processes to do that. And the reason I'm going to emphasize natural processes so much in this presentation is because that's sort of, I feel like this is so colloquial, but that's kind of how the system wants to work. Essentially, that means we have to spend less money and less carbon to get sediment to a marsh by letting the river do it. It's a wonderful thing. The river pushes the sediment downstream. It will flood at the right times. It will get the sediment to where it needs to go. If the tide is allowed to come in and we don't have levees in the way, and we don't have dams that are stopping that sediment movement. So, and then the water gets picked up by, clouds and dumped back again in the mountains. So we have this incredible system, and instead of working against it, we need to work with it because it can do a lot of stuff to help us. Now, to do that, we absolutely have to do this as a system. If I start releasing water from my reservoir in a more naturalistic hydrograph, that's going to cause flooding downstream unless you downstream have restored some wetlands or changed how the particular river in question connects to the wetlands around the edge of the bay. So we have a lot to do as a community, thinking about how does the full system work and coordinating with each other if we're going to get there. And I think historically we've had this hierarchy of uses of water in the system, like water supply is the king, and if you're managing water supply, you don't necessarily have to think about all the other functional needs of that water in the system. And I think water quality has also got more protection and funding behind it, by which I mean legislation behind it to protect water quality. But when we think about all the other things that water does, we need to be thinking about how water moves sediment and food and allows fish to move around, and how water is really important culturally in lots of places. And how does it affect flooding? So we have to be much more holistic, and that means managing the system as a system. As I'm managing my reservoir releases, I need to be thinking of all of you downstream and how that's affecting your water quality and your wetland restoration and your floodplains and your fish and your marsh resilience with the sediment that's going to be pushed downstream. So that's really complicated, and I acknowledge that. And I know that this group is a lot of preaching to the choir, but what the choir often says to me when I come and try to talk to them about these ideas is, yeah, we're totally on board. That's awesome. And it's way too hard and we can't do it because we're just not set up to do it. So what I want to talk about a little bit more is maybe there is a way we can do it. And not only that, but I think we have to do it. I think we have to acknowledge that we are failing. We're not getting to where we need to get to on the timeline we need to get to keep up with climate change, or even to keep up with our legacy problems. We're really challenged, and we need to open our minds to transformative change, even though it's really challenging. Next slide. And so the alternative path I'm going to talk about is ecosystem-based management. And this is a slide from a presentation that Jeff Mount created out of a white paper that came out of the Public Policy Institute of California in 2019. Jeff will be here tomorrow talking on a panel, and you can ask him questions about this. But ecosystem-based management is an approach that's been used in some places, and the focus is on managing for ecosystem condition rather than listed species or any particular one function. So getting away from our small place, one function thinking, and thinking about ecosystem, all the functions that the ecosystem needs to give to people and to other life forms. It integrates human needs with other needs, and it emphasizes the multiple benefits. So for example, water supply with all those other things I said that water does, but also all the other needs that we have from this life support system as well. That's big, that's complicated, but that's actually how the system works. And so if we manage it at that right scale, and we balance all those trade-offs against each other, we're going to get increased net benefits across the full system. Just like the car, you could actually get the car working if we can work together on designing and building and maintaining all the pieces of it. It also can reduce conflicts. You can get your stakeholders together and understand each other's challenges, and hopefully build the trust that can now allow people to help see that they may need to compromise here so that you can get what you need there, but that maybe that stakeholder can also get what they need somewhere else in the system. And it aligns around one of the benefits of this is once you have this big vision and you have your ecosystem-based management plan out there, then we can go all off separately and do our little piece of the puzzle, work on our parcel on the landscape, but knowing that when we put that puzzle back together, the pieces are going to be great. The whole will be greater than the pieces, right? We'll have created a system that works together because we planned ahead and talked to each other about how to make sure we got all the functions we needed. Next slide. And so I just want to emphasize everyone has to be at the table to make this happen. We have a history of not including communities enough. Indigenous communities certainly have not been included and have the power, and also the integration of their knowledge into how ecosystems are managed, but also lots of other communities. And so for the Delta, I often think of farm workers. I've never heard what a farm worker wants in the Delta. Urban people, the Delta, we don't hear much from them about what they want. Indigenous communities. I feel like those are the three big groups that I often wonder, I wonder what they want. I don't know. I don't know how to help consider what are the pieces that we should be putting into our planning to support their values and priorities. Next slide. And so this is a quick flash of some of the desired ecosystem functions that I'm aware of, and that some of these you will see built into the tool that I'm about to talk about. Some of them aren't there yet. But essentially, if we think in a modular way about ecosystems, like, okay, there's this other function we need to be thinking about, we can always add another one in. We can start on a process of ecosystem-based management, and we can adjust as we go, as we learn more about what are the values and priorities for what this ecosystem needs to do. Next slide. And so just to think about it across the entire watershed, there is a way to do this. I want to point out that we can work with nature and natural process and use process-based restoration to put different pieces in across the watershed, and they're going to deliver different benefits in different areas, but as a whole, the ecosystem will function better. So I don't want to say it's not complicated, it is, but scientifically, in terms of knowledge, I think we know enough to be able to do this if we choose to make the choice to organize ourselves this way. Next slide. And so process-based restoration is a key to that. And the reason why is that the things that we will create if we allow natural processes to function are going to be more adaptable and more resilient over time. And I know we're not used to that. We're used to thinking I'm going to make this many acres of this. but instead we probably need to say, I'm going to make this much full tidal action over this much area, and then I'm going to plan for where that tidal action can continue to create a resilient marsh over time, and that means creating migration space. So stop thinking statically about places and think dynamically about processes. I know that feels different and riskier, but we got to figure out how to do it. And I do think scientists could provide more support to restoration practitioners in terms of coming up with process-based recommendations instead of static recommendations. Next slide. So we have been working on a tool with many partners to try to show that ecosystem-based management can be doable. And that's a scenario planning tool like Josh talked about. Next slide. The basic idea of this tool is you input scenarios as GIS layers. You put them into the black box, which is the science that we've created with our partners, of how would those different scenarios support desired functions. So we're not talking just about static acreages of this and that. We're saying, what would the function we think be that comes out of the landscape if you did this scenario? And then you get an output that quantifies that. So you can look across all these different functions or benefits that you're interested in and have a negotiation with the other stakeholders about what's the best place to end up here. Next slide. And just to show, it takes a lot of people. This is a community process and a community project from the science and government side, and it needs to continue that way. Next slide. So here's an example of the output. The orange is the scenario, eco-restore, the long-term restoration scenario for California. And you can see, and we're comparing it to green historical and blue modern. And you can see that the eco-restore projects are going to change several metrics about marsh habitat. So how well marsh wildlife are supported. Next slide. And I've presented these before, so I'm going really quickly, but I just want to remind you that those metrics around marsh habitat are not just how many acres do we have, but how many acres do we have in a patch of a size that's going to give us the function we're interested in. And so we provide two levels of function, for example. One is how many big marshes are we going to have that we think are big enough to provide the densest population of marsh rail birds that we've seen out there. And even better, how many of the marshes are big enough that they get that dendritic network of dead end channels? Remember, like the capillary analogy I was talking about earlier? You have to have a big enough marsh to have the physical processes to be able to create that. And then there's many benefits that derive from that I talked about earlier around food web and building up the marsh, et cetera. Next slide. And so I know I'm running out of time, so I'll go very quickly here to say that this is and then go to the next slide, please. This is a look at how the function of the delta has changed for fish over time. And you can see that historically, go back one, all of the delta was a marsh that had, would you go back one slide? Sorry, I'm talking too fast now. All of the delta was a big marsh, and everywhere there was close for a young fish to have somewhere to hide and get fat in a wetland. Next slide. But now almost none of the delta is that like that, only those green areas offer that. Next slide. And this map shows what eco-restore will do, and it actually doesn't change very much that situation for young fish, which is a huge functional problem for our restoration plan. Go back one and then forward one. You can see that we add marsh, but we actually don't improve those pink places where fish do not have a place to hide and get fat. Next slide. And so this kind of tool can highlight that so that as we sit down as stakeholders, we can try to fix it. And I'm going to go really quickly through this example on Staten Island. What's different about it is now we are going beyond just thinking about ecological outcomes. We're also thinking about economic outcomes. And this is very relevant for people in the Delta that need to get enough revenue off their land to be able to maintain the levees and avoid a disaster with water supply, or to be able to provide the function that they need on their land. On Staten Island, the Nature Conservancy is trying to grow enough food that they can maintain support for sandhill cranes that come there. Next slide. And so they looked at 6 different scenarios of what could happen in the future. And you'll see that rice features prominently. And this is where the Delta needs to go. We probably need to keep doing some agriculture, but more of it should be polluticulture or agriculture within wetlands like rice. Next slide. And they looked across these 6 scenarios, and where you see the asterisks, those are the most valuable scenarios for the metric in question. Next slide. And you can see that then they looked at how well this would support cranes, and E and F are very strong here. Next slide. And but scenario D is really good if you're just thinking about subsidence reversal, but B and F are also okay. Next slide. And if you look at greenhouse gas flux, F is the best one. And so you can start to see that it's not perfect. I mean, it's not like there's a one shot, this is definitely the best one, but the weight of evidence as you look across multiple benefits starts to help you see how you could make your decisions to get where you need to go for the functions that you're trying to achieve in your ecosystem. Next slide. Next slide. And then you can actually look at what the revenue that would come in, and to make sure that, you know, we saw F was really positive in a lot of the previous slides, and that probably would work economically because that has one of the higher revenues coming back. And so maybe TNC would be able to continue to maintain that island financially if they chose that approach that had other benefits as well. Next slide. And so to finish up here, I just want to say, I think ecosystem-based management is doable. And the big vision is that we can design and manage these resilient, just, and functional ecosystems if we're willing to adopt transformative change. And that means a really inclusive stakeholder process, much more inclusive than has been happening so far. We have to create a vision at the scale of the system so that the pieces of the puzzle fit together and the car runs. And we can also think about it more at the project scale, like I was showing you for Staten Island. And then we can track our progress toward our own performance measures and adjust as needed. So I'll just point out really quickly, next slide, that we really need to think about this for our estuary. So the tool that we've been working on, we're expanding to Sassoon, that what I was just showing you, next slide. But out in the rest of San Francisco Bay, they're starting up a wetlands regional monitoring program. And we haven't really been able to get together as a full estuary and figure out how these things are going to fit together yet. And we need to do that. And so that's one thing for our immediate future, as I know lots of folks have been thinking about. Next slide. So I'll just leave you with this thought of how do we create this transformative change? I think ecosystem-based management is one way to do it if we do it at the landscape scale for all desired functions and everyone at the table together. Next slide. Thank you so much for your patience. I'm sorry I went a little over, and I hope it won't affect the break too much.
All right, thank you so much, Letitia and Josh. I think taking together all of these talks do a really excellent job at setting the stage. There are a couple questions in the Q&A, so I think those, mostly the ones that haven't been answered, came in during Letitia and Josh's talk. So if you two, would be able to answer some of those in text, that would be great. We will be on a break until 10:55, at which point we will come back for our on-the-ground examples session, looking at how folks are operationalizing some of the concepts that we've been discussing. So thanks, everybody, and we'll see you back here in 5 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry, our break got a little bit shortened, but hope you still found a little time to take care of what you needed to take care of. Such a great way to kick us off this morning. Thanks again to all of our plenary speakers and panelists. And we can bring up the next slide in our slide presentation with a rundown of our next panel. Excellent. So I'd like to introduce and then hand it over to Marilyn Latta, who's with the State Coastal Conservancy, who is going to be moderating this next session of On the Ground Examples. And the panel includes the speakers listed here, and Marilyn will give us a brief introduction. We will watch pre-recorded talks, and then we'll reconvene for for 20 minutes of discussion live with all the speakers at the end.
Great. Dylan, can you hear me okay? Wonderful. Well, I'm just so pleased to now get into this on the ground example session. Much like everybody else has commented, I'm truly inspired and enjoying the initial talks and how much focus there is on weaving both ecological and community concepts and protection and importance. So all of these speakers in this next session are really forging new work on the ground as part of a diverse set of partnerships. They each will talk about different habitat types, different methods that have been tested for the first time or the first pilot projects of their type in the Bay and Delta, in different settings, at different scales, and really across different timeframes. I really appreciated Josh's comment that we can never visit the same ecosystem twice. So I just appreciate each person who's going to present some initial work and the hard work they're doing on the ground to forge these new concepts. So we can get started with the first talk by Kathy Boyer.
I'm Kathy Boyer, a professor of biology at San Francisco State University's Estuary and Ocean Science Center. I love that we are at a symposium on adapting restoration for a changing climate, because that is exactly what I and my students and many of my colleagues have been doing for maybe 10 years now. In fact, I would be hard pressed to think of a restoration project I'm working on that is not linked to climate change in some way. For example, my lab has been doing and studying eelgrass restoration for many years, and you can see some of the results of that at the Marin Rod and Gun Club here in San Rafael. But these days, we are not just interested in eelgrass as a native species that we'd like to have more of because it forms excellent habitat, etc., but because we want to enlist its services in the mediation of a number of climate changes. So now we also restore eelgrass as part of living shorelines, which are restorations that enhance natural coastal habitats while protecting shores. And these are an alternative to traditional gray engineering solutions that can cut off the water from the land and limit the movement of organisms, sediments, organic matter, etc. There are now several projects in San Francisco Estuary for which we are restoring eelgrass and oyster reefs and also enhancing tidal marshes. And these fall somewhere in the middle of this continuum between green and gray shoreline infrastructure. The goal is to create or enhance habitat while also having positive effects on physical processes along our shores, including wave attenuation and sediment accretion. With living shorelines, we attempt to mimic nature's defenses using natural processes to protect and build shoreline resiliency. Locally, we can use a number of species that form habitat along our shores for this work. These species can help to absorb wave energy and trap sediments, working with natural processes. We now have several projects in the San Francisco Estuary that have included restoration of oyster reefs and eelgrass beds. We're focusing on restoring our native Olympia oyster and our native eelgrass, but realize that in creating reef habitat, we're attracting so much more than just oysters, and in creating eelgrass habitat, we're leading to so much more than just having eelgrass. In both of these cases, there is now living space for many other species that attach to or live among this added complexity. To restore oysters, we need to provide a hard surface for their larvae out in the open bay water to settle on. We've had good success by providing either waste oyster shell from a shucking operation or structures made from concrete that include sand and shell from the bay. To restore eelgrass, we collect it from natural beds using one or more anchoring techniques to hold the plants in place until they root. In San Rafael and Point Pinole, we are testing effects of oyster reefs and eelgrass, both alone and together, on habitat value. And again, even though we have been working on restoring these habitats, now we're doing it at a scale large enough to also test physical effects, meaning in plots that are 30 or 40 meters across. But I want to point out that these projects are still very small in scale, and such pilots are needed to permit us to answer important questions to inform larger scale future projects. In our first project at San Rafael, the project partners saw millions of native oysters establish and uncommon species show up, like the black oystercatcher and the bay pipefish, as well as the commercially important Dungeness crab and many other species that were attracted to the project. We're beginning to publish our findings, including that there's a greater variety of species when eelgrass is planted with oyster reefs. In studying these new habitats, we've also found there we go. Going. Well, anyway, we've also found that some invertebrates that we know are important to eelgrass health, like the Taylor's sea hare, can take many years to arrive, and this may mean that they'll require assisted migration at restoration sites. Also in our San Rafael project, we saw about a 30% reduction in wave energy across the reefs at mean tide levels. You can even see that reduction when you zoom in on Google Earth. And in this wave shadow on the shoreward side, we saw enhanced eelgrass growth when compared to eelgrass on the bayward side or when planted without reefs. And boosting eelgrass growth could have other climate-related benefits, including increased uptake of carbon from the atmosphere. It also can locally increase the pH of water that is becoming increasingly more acidic. This could in turn have positive effects on oysters that have trouble forming shells in acidified waters. All things that my lab and others are working to quantify. At the Giant Marsh Living Shorelines project, there are again these offshore reefs and eelgrass plantings with a number of different experiments embedded into the design. There are also many other experimental treatments closer to shore. And zooming in a bit, you can see there are, for example, rows of oyster reefs that we're testing. And closer to shore is likely to provide greater shoreline protection, but there may be trade-offs for oysters that like to be a bit cooler and wetter. So we'll get to the bottom of that. There are several marsh enhancements that we're doing as experiments, and one is testing whether tree branches can be inserted into the marsh as a way to encourage height growth for bird and mammal refuge during flooding. And we're testing both the very common pickleweed and the federally endangered California sea blight. These are both very drought-tolerant plants that tend to grow several feet higher with support. So this arboring is underway, and results so far are quite promising. And just last week, there was a big effort by project partners to plant cordgrass to test its ability to curtail erosion along the marsh edge. And I know I thought this seemed super fun. You're probably thinking the same. But then, how about this? If I can make it go. All right, well, there's an airboat that should be zipping across. Doesn't work so well in this PowerPoint slide format. Anyway, all in a day's work in the airboat planting the cordgrass. So elsewhere in the bay, there's a different kind of restoration that's being planned as a response to climate change. And this is placement of coarse sediment along eroding shores. And this could be sand or gravel or shell. And such beaches were common historically in San Francisco Bay and other estuaries. They build elevation during storms, and they protect the marshes behind them. And we can proactively add a coarse sediment beach at the base of a marsh that will build and simulate a natural wave-built berm to help protect the marsh behind, which could be a natural marsh or a restored tidal marsh. And if we maintain the marsh, the levee height needed to protect human infrastructure behind it might be able to be reduced because the beach and the marsh absorb much of the wave energy. If you want to learn more about these concepts, you can check out this recent project known as New Life for Eroding Shorelines, which documents the natural process of beach and marsh edge change in San Francisco Bay. And this webpage also has conceptual design proposals for coarse sediment addition projects. And one of the conceptual plans is for adding a coarse sediment beach in front of the rapidly eroding Muzzy Marsh in the Corte Madera Marsh Ecological Reserve. It's my hope that we can get moving on projects like this pretty quickly. This marsh is heavily eroding, and it's also heavily used for nesting by the endangered ridgeways rail. If we don't reduce the erosion, what will happen to the rail's habitat here? On the flip side, we need to know what the trade-offs are of placing coarse sediment along this marsh edge for this rail and for other species so that we can make restoration decisions like this with eyes wide open. Finally, an important way that my restoration work has been evolving in the face of climate change is with a much greater focus on how we can make living shorelines projects work for local communities, including underserved ones in low-lying areas subject to coastal flooding, where people haven't had much say in what happens along our shores. I want to highlight a project by the Ocean Science Trust called Making Living Shorelines Equitable. They've been working with an interdisciplinary working group of experts to, and I quote, develop evidence-based science guidance for achieving socially equitable outcomes of living shoreline restoration projects. I'm really looking forward to seeing the guidance that results from this. So for a few closing thoughts, I feel strongly that experiments should be embedded in restoration projects, including, and I would say especially, those projects addressing climate change. We need to scale current pilot projects up greatly to actually achieve coastal resiliency goals. You can see some ideas for oyster reef arrays that came from the Resilient by Design Bay Area Challenge a few years back. And this is probably the kind of thing we're talking about to have strong resiliency effects. Speakers were asked to discuss timeframes of the projects that we highlight in this session. So living shorelines are in the shallow subtidal into the intertidal zone. So they are at the front line of sea level rise vulnerability. They probably will confer several decades of added resiliency, after which we'll need to move upslope with additional efforts. Although I will say the coarse sediment beaches should be self-adjusting upward, and there may be other ways that we can focus and concentrate on the processes that allow for this self-adjustment. But in general, climate change is a moving target that will take sustained management over time. And I really just don't think that we can think about restoration the way our predecessors did in the past, where we might do a project and then expect it to be self-sustaining without additional intervention by us. Finally, when gauging success, we should be thinking about what it means for local communities, with an eye to conferring agency and considering equity in our decision making. So thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I want to acknowledge also the many contributors to the projects that I talked about today.
This talk covers some lessons learned about planning and practice of adaptive management for horizontal levees confronted with unexpected outcomes after construction. Horizontal levees are planned more often than they're actually constructed in non-ideal tidal marsh settings. So I'll briefly introduce a couple of instructive unintended outcomes at some North Bay horizontal levees, some of which were consequential enough to require an aggressive adaptive management project. I'm sure you're familiar with horizontal levees as wide, gently sloping, constructed and vegetative transition zones of tidal marshes. But I think it's also useful to distinguish the dry horizontal levee types from the wet types, such as the Oraloma Sanitary District prototype. That's a water quality treatment wetland based on subsurface irrigation and seepage flows in saturated soil zones that are permeable. The North Bay horizontal levees I'll be discussing, in contrast, are neither irrigated nor wetlands. They're primarily grasslands with some mixed scrub, and they're drained above mean high water. Horizontal levees are constructed versions of natural tidal marsh terrestrial ecotones, or transition zones, examples of which still exist today as natural reference ecosystems. Their prevalence of sod-forming perennial creeping vegetation types is an important functional aspect of horizontal levees, whether wet or dry. They provide erosion resistance and wave energy attenuation in addition to habitat and biodiversity. The wave damping shoreline stabilizing aspect of horizontal levees is important for their ability to provide a living shoreline alternative to static riprap at the high tide line where erosion risks are high. Riprap is relatively incompatible with sea level rise resilience and habitat, but it is still sometimes used in tidal marsh restoration projects. Small-scale Oraloma horizontal levee prototype has excelled as a water quality treatment wetland, but it's not plugged into a wave-exposed tidal marsh setting. So what are some of the risks of horizontal levees built at full scale in tidal marshes? Does nature-based design confer resilience there? What could go wrong? Well, here are two things that may go wrong, and in some cases did. One is rapid wind wave erosion, especially right after construction of the horizontal levee before it's fully stabilized by sod-forming perennial vegetation. And a less well-known risk is the potential to form acid sulfate soils from sulfide-rich sediments or acid volatile sulfides in saturated anoxic sediments fueled by organic matter. Both problems are much easier to monitor and prevent than to treat after the fact. The main example I'm focusing on is the Sears Point Tidal Wetland Restoration Project in Petaluma in the San Pablo Bay National Wildlife Refuge. It's a 940-acre, 6-year-old tidal restoration site reached in 2015, now with accreted mudflats near the mean tide line. It had a highly eroded horizontal levee and an unstable fringing salt marsh. Tides were reintroduced to bare, freshly graded substrate, unvegetated, in 2015. You can see there is a thin veneer of straw mulch, which quickly floated off and deposited as drift lines, providing no erosion protection whatsoever. One of the first unexpected outcomes of the early 2016 erosion of the intertidal toe of the horizontal levee was the frequent appearance of bubbling pipes and seeps of black iron sulfide sediments. These indicated very strong reducing conditions in underlying saturated sediments, likely associated with buried organic matter, possibly from former hayfields. Sulfide reduction is temperature sensitive and may increase with a warming climate. Strong acid volatile sulfides can be inhibitory to seedling growth or phytotoxic. This was not part of the monitoring plan for the project, so we have few data on it. The mudflat surface around zones of iron sulfide upwelling, a zone of rust-red films of iron oxide reappeared for years, especially around seeps and pipes at the toe of the horizontal levee. Iron oxide is a co-indicator of acid sulfate soils, sulfuric acid formed by oxidation of sulfide to sulfate. This is a global problem for agriculturally reclaimed tidal marshes, and there's renewed interest in the role of acid sulfate soil problems in restored high salt marshes using dredged estuarine muds. This is how severe the effects of acid sulfate soils can be in other North Bay horizontal levees, and this is not the most extreme example. This is the older Bahia Wetland Restoration Project in Novato. It had dry horizontal levees constructed from 2 sediment sources back in 2008. One horizontal levee was built from drained, old, weathered, leached bay mud dredge materials, and the other segment was built from recently excavated seasonal pond beds with strong indicators of acid volatile sulfides and acid sulfate soils. You can see the differences in the vegetation. The acid sulfate soil sections remained barren for over 4 years, and the well-leached, weathered, older bay muds developed dense cover of almost 100% vegetation within 3 years. By comparison, here's the opposite extreme of horizontal levee revegetation. The irrigated Oroloma horizontal levee was actively planted and irrigated and developed dense, tall, perennial cover of sod-forming native wet meadow vegetation in just 2 growing seasons, providing both soil shear strength and roughness that can resist wave erosion. The Sears Point horizontal levee got caught in a vicious cycle of erosion that uprooted pioneer salt marsh vegetation patches. In 2 years, the mostly unvegetated lower horizontal levee slope below the high tide line eroded into a bare wave-cut bench. By late 2018, the horizontal levee eroded into a steep, high scarp profile that reflected wave energy at high tide and intensified a bare scour zone below it. Elevation ranges in the former horizontal levee lowered abruptly from transition zones to high salt marsh. By the time horizontal levee repairs began in 2021, most of the original horizontal levee was reduced to an intertidal bench with an unstable high scarp retreating towards the actual flood control levee. The baseline topographic data we used for design, permits, and final plans for construction were outdated. We had to adapt our adaptive management plans during project construction. The horizontal levee erosion also generated a new form of coarse sediment made of cemented, cracked, and flaked dry bay mud, forming clasts or aggregates ranging from sand-sized to gravel size. These acted like sand and gravel under wave action as well. They formed onshore transported swash bars and beach ridges instead of just being tidally dispersed as suspended fine sediment. Some of the sheltered bay mud beaches stabilized under pickleweed and formed high salt marsh berms. This unexpected shoreline process suggested a potential self-repair mechanism that could be managed and applied to living shoreline designs. Another local nature-based design was copied from large driftwood interactions with waves and those mud swash bars made of granular mud. We saw driftwood act as wave breaks, sheltering zones of swash bar deposition, which became vegetated by pickleweed and acted as oases of salt marsh in otherwise barren tidal flats. So we integrated the driftwood, swash bars, and vegetation into new living shoreline designs. We made aggregate dry bay mud by excavating and crushing old dredge disposal site mud from Port Sonoma next door. Sonoma Land Trust obtained hundreds of large eucalyptus logs from tree removal projects. We set up embedded, anchored logs as low-crested wave breaks near mean high water to trap drifting mud-classed swash bars that we nourished. Wave action redistributed drifting granular bay mud around patchy marsh vegetation without smothering it during construction. Placing dry, granular bay mud with precision using long-reach excavators working from a levee is a variation on thin-layer marsh sediment nourishment using hydraulic slurries. One benefit of this is that standing, upright, patchy salt marsh vegetation is only gradually buried by drifting granular mud, and it appears to survive and recover relatively well. This is also shown by the evolution of the earlier marsh berms formed from migrating swash bars through vegetation before construction. And we expect that granular mud deposition will also provide a raised, rough sealing bed that escapes the acid volatile sulfide and acid sulfate soil conditions below. To inhibit renewed scarp initiation, where the levee scarp was recontoured, we placed a sacrificial low berm of mixed pea gravel and muddy sand recycled from flood control channel maintenance just below the high tide line. Within weeks, high waves and tides reworked the berms into a thin, mixed sand and gravel beach to absorb wave energy. We expect also that this beach will rapidly revegetate into high salt marsh berms and new transition zones, just like the Arambaroo Island precedent we built 10 years before. Well, here's what the cross-shore suite of dynamic shoreline treatments looked like right after construction on the right. They began to operate physically, interacting with wind waves as soon as they were installed. Erosion so far seems to be paused, and the first year of monitoring ahead in 2022 should show how these physical processes interact with new vegetation to restore more of the lost horizontal levee functions and resist erosion. Well, that was the 10-minute version. There is a longer story, but there's barely time to acknowledge my collaborators at Sears Point. Thank you.
I am Stuart Siegel. I am the interim director of the San Francisco Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve. And I'm going to talk today about habitat linkages for landscape resilience with a focus on the 2 reserve sites, Rush Ranch and China Camp, and a brief discussion of Peters Pocket and Cash Slough Complex. Stepping back for a moment to look at the historical landscape really helps to illustrate the magnitude of what used to exist in the estuary and what is almost entirely lost now today, either behind levees or filled, diked, and drained, and developed behind infrastructure that we can no longer access. This is a historical landscape that supported so many species and has been lost, and we're trying to make attempts to recover in places where it's possible today. So let's take a look at one of the examples in the estuary where there's potential for landscape linkage reestablishment. The Potrero Hills area in north central Suisun Marsh, where the Rush Ranch nurse site is located. One of the things that you see in the picture on the left here is that the Potrero Hills is surrounded almost entirely by alluvial fans grading down into what were once tidal marshes, some of which are still the case and part of which are diked in some of these areas. Rush Ranch itself has quite extensive upland edge, which is our main reason that it is in fact a nurse site. 2 restoration projects were undertaken at Rush Ranch in 2019. Lower Spring Branch Creek, which I'll talk about in this presentation, and Suisun Hill Hollow, the northern part of Rush Ranch. A 3rd project is hoped to be implemented at Rush Ranch, which is the restoration of the 80-acre Goat Island Marsh, funds for which were submitted to the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority this past fall. We hope to hear sometime this spring. And then also in the context of this local area, we have quite a few restorations that are either complete or in planning stages. We have Wings Landing constructed about a year ago. The Hill Slough restoration also about a year ago was constructed. Up to the top of the photograph in Nurse Slough, Blacklock was built in 2006, and Brownmore Island restorations are in planning right now. So you can get a sense of linkages not only between the wetlands and the uplands and the wetlands and the tidal sloughs, but also linkages to nearby projects. So the proximity of the Hill Slough restoration, Wings Landing, in particular to Rush Ranch, is a part of the linkages that really make these restorations especially valuable. So let's look at Lower Spring Branch Creek restoration more closely. The goal of the project was to reconnect the floodplain to the tidal marsh. This was accomplished first by removing 2 small culverts that were crossing beneath the old ranch road. To the photograph on the left, you can see the ranch road there with First Miller Slough to the left and Lower Spring Branch Creek to the right. In the photograph on the right, you can see the end of one of these 2 small culverts, about 3.5 foot diameter, that were muting the tides to the entirety of the Lower Spring Branch Creek and its watershed. We replaced those 2 small culverts with a large arch culvert, about 20 foot wide at the bed of the channel and tall enough to accommodate about 6 feet of sea level rise with the road above it and access, both for public access and for monitoring and education. We also excavated about 1,200 feet of new channel. You can see in the blue on the photograph on the lower right, and there was an old berm that we lowered also on there. And so you can see in this lower photograph on the lower right that we have the tidal marsh of First Mallard Slough at the bottom there, which is to the west. And then we have the green outline outlines the entirety of the Lower Spring Branch Creek floodplain, where the channel is, and that kind of shade of blue gives a sense of where the tides are able to reach now with putting the arch culvert into place here. And then if you kind of look at how things have worked out here, so on the right hand you can see the project pretty much near construction completion, the actual channel that got built, the culvert in the very bottom foreground of that photograph, surrounded by the grasslands of Rush Ranch on the hillsides to the north and south. You can see the Potrero Hills off in the distance. The photographs on the left kind of give you a sense of what this looks like from the hill to the south of the restoration. On the upper left is before construction. You can see the old ranch road that was cutting off a significant amount of the tides and impairing drainage out of that floodplain. And then the bottom left photograph shows what it looked like this past summer with the new arch culvert in place and a great tidal connectivity between the two to really bring a hydraulic reconnection from the tidal marsh up into this lower part of the watershed there. An element, obviously, of landscape reconnection that was part of this project is the ability to accommodate sea level rise migration. And that can occur in two ways here. One is up valley towards Upper Spring Branch Creek and Grizzly Island Road and the Potrero Hills. And the second is to the sides, in this case the north and south, up the side slopes of the old alluvial fans there. It allows a place for the marsh to grow, the transition zone to move, and it's also a place for significant rare plants to occur. The next example I'd like to give is of China Camp State Park, shown in this photograph here. This is the second of the two San Francisco Bay National Estuarine Research Reserve sites. And what you can see here, the white outline is China Camp State Park, which is the reserve site. Going up to the ridge line of Point San Pedro Mountain, drops all the way down through the watershed to the tidal marsh that's outlined in green in the lower part of this photograph. One thing you can really get a context for here, and this is why these connected landscapes are so important, is to the south towards San Francisco in the distance on this photograph, you have central Santa Fe, the Corte Madera Larkspur, and Mill Valley. Each of those are valleys divided by these ridge lines. And if you imagine historical conditions, the tidal marshes went all the way up all those valleys, providing a tremendous amount of upland edge and linkage from hill slopes, seasonal wetlands into the tidal marsh out in the mudflat. And all of that pretty much has been lost completely to development. There's a little bit left in Corte Madera, but not much is all in Santa Fe or Mill Valley. Next thing I want to point out here in this blue line that goes around Point San Pedro Mountain, that's North San Pedro Road that runs through China Camp State Park. And you can see that the road, in the inset photograph, the road itself sits in the marsh. And so when you have the king tides, the road is physically underwater, and the same thing happens during major storms. And that photograph you can see is the lower right of this image there. And this is the issue that we're have embarked upon a project to do sea level rise adaptation for this road, to get the road itself out of the tides, but also to help it not be an obstacle for the watershed and the interior marshes and meadows that are at that location. So if you look at where that road is, so the road divides the Miwok Meadows and Back Ranch, which were tidal marsh and meadows, and now they're muted marsh with the meadows there. And this is where sea level rise would push back up into those watersheds. So that's the whole notion of these linked habitats from the woodlands and the grasslands through these wet meadows, the tidal marsh, under the road, through more bayside tidal marsh, out into shallow bay and deep water. Last thing I'd like to point out here, just for context around the south side of Point San Pedro Mountain, offshore of Santa Fe, is the San Francisco State, the Estuarine Ocean Science Center Eelgrass Oyster Reef Test Site. This idea of these habitats as providing some nature-based shoreline protection through wave dampening and habitat there, those are systems that might have real value throughout different parts of the estuary. The next example I would like to give is of Cass Slough and the Peters Pocket Project. The map on the left shows the diked lands topography, the green being intertidal, the brown being grasslands, adjacent uplands, and potential sea level rise accommodation, and the blues and purples being deeper water. The diagram on the right is from the Stewardship Council's Ecosystem Plan Amendment, and it shows the suite of possible habitats that could be linked in places such as this in the Delta, and Cass Slough lends itself especially well to these kinds of restoration projects. On the lower end of the spectrum in the Cass Slough complex are Little Holland Tract and Liberty Island, which are natural breaches from the 80s and 90s that are mostly open water with some tidal marsh at the northern ends. And Little Egbert Tract, which is a proposed restoration project, which would be similar, mostly open water with a bit of marsh at the southern upland edges. Lookout Slough, which is a restoration project that's just under construction recently, is mostly tidal marsh along the upland. You can see in the green elevations there. And then Lower Yellow Ranch at the bottom of the Yellow Bypass is a mix of tidal marsh and some grasslands and seasonal wetlands, incorporating these different landscape elements. Lastly, the Peters Pocket site itself has the potential to restore emergent tidal marsh, adjacent grasslands and seasonal wetlands, potentially some vernal pools, and to be surrounded by riparian habitats, providing quite a bit of linkage to really complement the other restorations in the Cass Slough complex. Thank you all very much.
Hello, my name is Michelle Stevens, and I am speaking to you today about a project on the Lower American River called Ecocultural Restoration at Bushy Lake. As you can see, the project is adjacent to Cal Expo and north of Sac State, and we have involved students in STEM and the community in this project. The premise of my talk today is that ecocultural restoration could also be called Future Ecosystems Reconciliation Project. And this approach to restoration is a relevant adaptation to climate change. My premise is the past does inform the future, that plants and wildlife addicted to thousands of years of traditional fire management are resilient to fire, and that reciprocal restoration and the importance of people and their relationship to the land is essential to our future and to happiness and healing. What is ecocultural restoration? It's the deliberate incorporation of cultural aspects into ecological restoration. So Bushy Lake is within the prehistoric, historic, and sovereign territory of the Nisenan, Miwok, and Maidu people. I also want to introduce the concept of a cultural keystone species. So a cultural keystone species is a species that's really significant to cultures. So the case I'm going to use is whiteroot, which is a really important plant. The rhizomes are used for basket weaving, for fine baskets and the sewing thread for California Indian basket weavers. As a basis of my research, I found that California Indian people annually harvested hundreds of thousands of rhizomes in the serpentine corridors of the riparian areas on a scale that probably influenced species diversity and distribution, as well as ecosystem functions. Traditional ecological knowledge promotes reciprocity. It's the mutually reinforcing restoration of land and culture. Also, I wanted to introduce the idea, this is from a paper that Joy Zedler and I wrote, of incorporation of knowledge systems. So Western ecological knowledge and traditional ecological knowledge is informing our Bushy Lake restoration. Since you know what Western ecological knowledge is, traditional ecological knowledge tends to be intergenerational to the past and to the future. It's qualitative, it involves trials and observations. The source of information, the really ultimate source are elders and traditional resource users, and the knowledge system is encoded in an oral tradition. So this is a process of discovery and learning by doing and applying two knowledge systems to a restoration project. Our hypothesis is that culturally significant plants are fire resilient due to thousands of years of traditional fire management. The plant I've been doing research on and ethnographic work on for 20 years is Carex barbarae. We also are experimenting and looking at responses of creeping wild rye, mugwort, or kachinu in Miwok. These plants have co-evolved with fire via indigenous traditional resource management. They're culturally significant. They have prolific below ground rhizome production to come back from fire, and they're environmentally plastic to flood and drought. So to restore whiteroot, it's a cultural keystone species, and from traditional ecologic knowledge, there's culturally significant species for basket weavers. Western ecological knowledge is a species that stabilizes riparian soil with its abundant rhizomes and bank stabilization and resistance to wildfires. So it's a major source of rhizomes for basket weavers. It's a riparian understory dominant species, and it's ecologically important both for its place in the ecosystem, but also for stabilizing stream banks for restoration. So here's two examples. Here's the long rhizome of whiteroot for basket weavers, and then tarweed seeds were harvested for pinole. It's a staple food like porridge, also can be stored for the winter. So these species that are important for Pinole are also important pollinator plants. Here are the culturally significant species that we've been monitoring and nurturing in this restoration project. So my hypothesis that culturally significant plants are fire resilient got to be tested. Unfortunately, on June 6th, wildfires spread to the water's edge. So this is the white root bed, October 11th. Without rains, you can see the plants coming back, but this is January 16th, natural recruitment after the fire. Here's the wildfire before and after. This is impacts of wildfire. We're also studying western pond turtles, and all the nests were destroyed. So one season at peak nesting was destroyed, but it may open up the area for next year. And then our pollinator Pinole garden was also burned. And so we're monitoring the recruitment and replanting areas that were burned to the ground. Many culturally significant plants are also pollinator plants. An idea is to have a network of native species sites that illustrate cultural ecosystem services. Of course, on tribal lands, tribal sovereign lands, it would be private, and even on federal lands, private gathering sites. But also whiteroot, the material culture plants, willows, hazelnut, redbud, elderberry, fiber plants, milkweed, Indian hemp, iris, and other grass and forb seeds for Pinole could be connected into a network, not only for ecology, but also for the pollinators and native animals to have a connected corridor for dispersal. The point of my talk today is really about strengthening relationships and systems to improve restoration outcomes by considering this paradigm shift of future ecosystems, reconciliation projects, or healing the relationship between people and the land and cultures and the land. Or another way to say it is ecocultural restoration. So one, a paradigm shift, eliminating destructive narratives that are very polemic, like historic versus novel. Certainly, Bushy Lake is a novel ecosystem, highly disturbed, and yet these culturally important plants are doing quite well and coming back after wildfire. Imagine ecosystems of the future with ecosystem reconciliation all over the world. I also worked with marsh Arabs and the Mesopotamian marshes, and they have a sense of alhima, or caring for the land in Arabic, that predates Christianity. So combining reconciliation with indigenous and local people, integrating traditional knowledge and Western knowledge systems can work together synergistically to heal this powerful healing reciprocal relationship or reciprocal restoration between people and the land, building communities of different cultures, being communities with non-human persons. I see a lot of potential for the future in terms of also healing our relationship with the land, and incorporating sovereign nations into the paradigm. Here are some background references and our website. We have a lot of information on our website, and I would like to thank you for listening to me today. We're out there right now, replanting, restoring, and studying the impacts of fire with my students. Thank you for listening.
Floating marshes, can they be a big part of the Delta's future? Can they help solve some of the climate change risks, some of the earthquake risks? Can they help solve some of the ecosystem restoration needs? Can they reduce the amount of carbon dioxide being released by the Delta and stop subsidence? In the next 10 minutes, I'd like to explore in greater detail the benefits we're trying to solve with a floating marsh. How did we get to this point? What have we accomplished so far? What have we learned, and what do we still need to research? And finally, why I believe floating marshes have the potential to be a huge game changer for the Delta. Have you ever been in the Delta and noticed chunks of peat floating around? In 1980, when the levee broke at Web Tract, Chunks of peat the size of a house were floating around. It's extremely important to me to recognize the funding for this project from MWD and the support from Randall Nudek and Russ Ryan at Metropolitan. And the project never would have happened had it not been for the science and on-the-ground implementation provided by Steve Deverell and his team at Hydrofocus. Subsidence has created so many problems for the Delta. We have a hole that's about 2.5 billion cubic meters, and trying to accrete would take decades. Wouldn't it be nice to connect up all these various patches of restoration and create the scale, connectivity, and gradients like the Delta used to have? Dealing with subsidence has been a career-long passion of mine, as you can see in this 1996 article from the Contra Costa Times, where I'm quoted as saying, "We should have never reclaimed these deep peat islands." Floating marshes were observed historically in the Delta. We think their biomass productivity may rival that of dendritic marshes, with potentially very good productivity for native fish species. Let's quickly review the problems we're trying to solve.
The critical thing that is too often missed in the Delta is the Delta is not sustainable in its current form.
This narrow winding channel is one of the few remaining places that resemble the historic Delta as it once was.
So if we go back just 150 years, this place was 300,000 to 400,000 acres of very wild wetlands and riparian forests and rivers and channels. So over 5,000 miles of waterways, wildlife, salmon that were 5 feet long, grizzly bears and elk and beaver. It was just a tremendously wild place. So over the last 150 years, we have levied and drained and removed about 98% of this former wetland and riparian forest that used to exist in the Delta. So for somebody who was here 150 years ago to come would not recognize this place today.
That transformation has taken its toll on the ecosystem. The robust habitat and food web that native species evolved in are nearly gone, and many fish populations are in decline. It is inevitable. The Delta as we know it is constantly changing, and that will continue. Whether by climate change, earthquakes, or other factors, forces will permanently alter this place and the benefits it provides to the region and all of California.
The 3 S's, I like to say, so we got subsidence and sea level rise and seismic, are the 3 S's, the big drivers of change.
Due to reclamation of the islands and farming practices over the years to dewater the saturated soils, the Delta's peat soils are rapidly oxidizing, vaporizing, causing a phenomenon known as subsidence. That is, the land surface is dropping as these highly organic soils oxidize into the atmosphere.
One way to get a visual image of that is that the Delta is losing about 2,300 dump truck loads of dirt every single day.
Sea levels in the Delta have been gradually rising for thousands of years. Some climate change models forecast potentially severe, widespread impacts, which could include permanent flooding and significant salinity intrusion.
We're here in Liberty Island, and the consequences of a flooded island, you can see a large expanse of water here. And if we continue down the path we're currently continuing, we may see more of these kinds of flooded islands in the Delta. The need for action is high because every day that goes by, the Delta is continuing to sink lower and lower. Every day that goes by, seas are rising a little bit more and more. And every day that goes by, the faults are gaining additional strain before they break. And so these risks are increasing every day we delay.
Now that we understand the problems that floating marshes can help solve, let's talk about what the project is. In 2005, a 10-acre chunk of peat popped as part of the Montezuma Wetlands project. This really got the creative juices flowing. In 2018, Steve Deverell harvested some small blocks of peat from the 14-acre subsidence reversal ponds that I led the creation of in 1997. Steve then placed these in a small pool in his backyard and watched them continue to float and grow. With this success, we wanted to expand.
We're here on Twitchell Island, out in the middle of the Western Delta. We're standing about 25 feet below sea level as a result of long-term subsidence. And we're starting a project that's very exciting in terms of the potential for stopping and reversing subsidence. So as we walk over here, I want you to see how we're harvesting peat mats that we're going to be transporting over to Bolden Island and placing in doughboy pools as part of the initial pilot project experiment.
We hired Carson Jeffrey's group at UC Davis to help conduct some research out there. Our research looked at how varying residence time and percent cover would affect productivity. Check out the size of the biomass that's underwater. In this simple chart, note that the zooplankton production and abundance in the floating marshes is 3 times that of the inlet water coming from the river. Where are we headed? What does the future hold? We're currently trying to connect our floating marshes to ponds to see if we can't help propagate native fishes. And we're also trying to move some of these floating marshes out into the Mokelumne River in a controlled way to see how they behave in a more riverine setting. In review, we think we have some significant benefits associated with floating marshes. Productivity, potentially reduced levee miles to maintain, reduces the accommodation space and the impacts of earthquakes and climate change, reduces carbon emissions, but we also have some major hurdles. We know that setback levees are expensive, very expensive. We need willing landowners, and it's going to take time to scale up. The vision I have is that we will build setback levees. We will plant and grow and float marshes, and then we'll create these long, broad corridors of habitat along the major migration corridors. We definitely have some critical research questions that need to be addressed. We need to better understand productivity, how we export that productivity, what kind of utilization by native species, what are the DO, dissolved oxygen and cooling effects? Will predators like these floating marshes? If we put the floating marshes out in a channel, how will we deal with flood conveyance? And then there's sediment deposition within these flooded islands or setback levees. Long-term management is another issue. Finally, once we've grown hundreds of acres of thick rhizome mat, how do we harvest or cut the mats free on a large scale so the mats will float? For this project to succeed, Metropolitan needs partners, researchers, and collaborators. We need your help. It's going to take a collective effort.
In a place with many competing interests, change in the Delta has been slow to come.
We need to get back to a sustainable Delta, one that can withstand rising seas, earthquakes, get away from islands subsiding, and restore habitat to some semblance of what it used to be in the Delta. We need to work on solutions that move the Delta forward instead of backwards, so that our kids and grandkids and great-grandkids can enjoy a Delta that is going to persist into the future.
Good morning. I'm Monique Fountain, Director of the Tidal Wetland Program at the Elkhorn Slough National Estuarine Research Reserve. And today I'll be talking about how we're building climate change resilience into our marshes at Elkhorn Slough. Where is Elkhorn Slough? About 50 miles south of San Francisco Bay, in the middle of Monterey Bay. It's a 7-mile-long coastal embayment emptying into a branch of the Monterey Bay Canyon. We heard earlier from Stuart at the San Francisco Bay NER. The Elkhorn Slough NER is another National Estuarine Research Reserve. Each reserve represents a partnership between NOAA and a state agency in that state. At Elkhorn Slough, this is the California Department of Fish and Wildlife that owns and manages the reserve. The third partner at the Elkhorn Slough Reserve is the Elkhorn Slough Foundation. The foundation is a certified land trust conserving over 4,000 acres around the reserve and serving as a fiscal agent for the NER funding from NOAA. As part of the NER, we focus on place-based science with long-term monitoring used to inform management. Like San Francisco Bay and other coastal estuaries, the slough is a rich ecosystem with a diverse array of species and complex food webs. Portions of Elkhorn Slough are designated a Ramsar site, marine protected area, state ecological reserve, and wildlife management area. The slough is also an important stop on the Pacific Flyway for migratory birds. This unique environment draws people to the slough, creating an economic engine driven by ecotourism. Bottom line, Elkhorn Slough is a high-value system, both ecologically and economically. Like San Francisco Bay, Elkhorn Slough is very much set in a working landscape with extensive historical modifications. Here you can see the remnant dikes, and on this nominal high tide, you can see how vulnerable the marshes are to sea level rise. If we look back in time, we can see how some of the historical land use practices have changed the landscape. This reconstruction from 1870 shows the extent of our wetlands at that time. Blue is water, brown is mud, green is salt marsh. By 2000, Elkhorn Slough had lost 50% of its tidal marsh, largely due to the diking and draining of wetlands. So how do you tackle such extensive changes and turn this type of habitat loss around, especially in the face of climate change? Here in Elkhorn Slough, we have the Tidal Wetland Program. It's a broad group of agency representatives, scientists, and community stakeholders that drive the trajectory of restoration through a collaborative process that started in 2004. Over the last 18 years, we've produced a number of guiding documents and implemented several restoration projects. Here's the current distribution of various habitats in Elkhorn Slough. The areas shaded in white are tidally restricted areas. Cross-hatched areas are formerly diked areas that are now open to full tidal influence. The various color shading indicates habitats grouped as subtidal, low intertidal, high intertidal, and marsh. We use the OPC guidelines as a starting point, looking at changes over time for 50, 100, and 200 centimeters. Most of the sea level rise maps show king tides plus sea level rise. We are, of course, interested in the changing of inundation times and how that will shift various habitats. We've all looked at a lot of sea level rise maps, but I show you them to provide you with context for our planning process and how we are adapting our restoration to sea level rise. As sea level rises, we will see various habitats shift, assuming no additional action is taken. So this is 50 centimeters, interestingly, 50 centimeters over tops, all tidally restricted areas. Here's 100 centimeters and 200 centimeters. Even at this point, when most of the marshes have migrated out of Elkhorn Slough due to the steep slopes, it's still a high-value system. Eelgrass beds will likely expand, and of course, our charismatic megafauna will have more room and likely an increased food source from expanded mudflats. This planning process of looking not just at the king tide shift, but at specific habitat shifts has allowed us to do some critical planning. Using a broad set of criteria, we've identified potential priority marsh migration areas. And if there are willing sellers and funding available, these can be acquired and conserved for marsh migration. We've identified priority areas for thin layer soil addition and priority areas for thicker soil addition. So in the near term, we're raising and restoring degraded marsh and looking at how this marsh will survive into the future. Here's a video of a restoration project underway. This is phase one of a roughly 130-acre project along the south end of Elkhorn Slough. When it's complete, a total of about 450,000 cubic yards of soil will be added to previously diked and degraded marsh. Elkhorn Slough NER scientists were able to reconstruct the historical channel network, and using GPS mounted on the equipment, the construction crew was able to recreate this channel configuration. Project goals include restoring 130 acres of salt marsh ecosystem, protecting and improving water quality, reducing tidal scour in Elkhorn Slough, increasing understanding of blue carbon, improving southern sea otter habitat, and improving resilience to climate change. So how do we integrate climate change adaptation into our project? Let's start by looking at elevation. This is a digital elevation model or from a drone. And again, the blue is water, the brown is mud, The green is salt marsh, and this rust colored along the edge is really high elevation salt marsh, very high marsh. And so after the project, you can see that we really have raised this entire area very high in the tidal frame. If we look at that from sort of a different perspective, cross section through the marsh, here's the upland down to the mud, and you can see the elevation gradient along the edge here, corresponding tidal inundation, and then the plant distribution that we have. So we know what the marsh looks like when it's too low. We have patchy marsh plants. We know what it looks like when it's too high. We end up with a field of weeds. And again, we wanted to set the marsh as high in the tidal frame as possible. And through some preliminary study of the soil consolidation and understanding the construction tolerances, we decided to set the marsh at 1.95 meters. The thought was that we might see 5 to 10 centimeters of elevation loss over the life of the project. So how have we done? This is another digital elevation model from a drone overflight. And we've been tracking the marsh for about 2 years now. And most of these color bins represent 4 millimeters of elevation change. So this allows us to really see the microtopography and where change is taking place. When we average that across the marsh, remember that our target marsh elevation was, fill elevation was 1.95 meters. And then our time started at the day at the end since construction. So the results show that on average, the marsh dropped about 4.5 to 5 centimeters in the first 2 years. And most of this happened in the first few months. So it is continuing to drop, and we'll certainly be monitoring this closely over the years to come. What have we learned from this? I think we've learned that high marsh elevation can be achieved on soft soils, but understanding consolidation rates is really a key factor. Now on to the plants. Pickleweed is the most common marsh plant in our region. We do not have Spartina. Since pickleweed seeds are widely distributed with the tides, we chose not to plant the majority of our restoration area. There was good recruitment in the first year, but 3 years into a drought, the marsh has not had additional recruitment, and there are some interesting patterns emerging. We're seeing most of the recruitment at high and low elevation with bare patches in the middle. Now, based on prior research in Elkhorn Slough and other marshes, we're exploring a number of influencing factors. And because this marsh is relatively high and the moisture content is lower at this higher elevation, our most recent experiments are around exploring potential drought impacts. We put 2 types of watering systems in place looking at the effects of watering. This is a small automated system, which will provide water regularly in these small replicated plots that have a number of different marsh plants and seeds planted. We also installed a large ag irrigation system with the same replicated plots. And it'll be interesting to see if these restoration projects at higher elevations need a little extra water to help get established during dry years. So to wrap up, our current efforts on adapting our restoration projects to climate change focus on setting the marsh as high in the tidal prism as possible and understanding drought impacts. Here's the team of folks working on this project, our ESNR team and collaborators from other institutions, funders that make it all possible, and other project partners.
Hello, my name is Karen Thorne from the USGS Western Ecological Research Center, and today I'm going to talk about tracking accretion in dynamic tidal landscapes. Our overarching goal is to measure and track marsh accretion to inform intervention and adaptation, considering sea level rise and a changing climate in the estuary. Our research questions include: what role does sediment play in tidal wetland accretion? What is the best way to monitor accretion to inform adaptation or intervention actions? When should intervention and adaptation occur? And what are available actions? So wetland accretion processes build the marsh elevation to keep pace with tidal floods and sea level rise. And accretion includes both below ground and above ground processes. Below ground processes include root growth, which is a positive, and then decay and compaction, which is a negative process. And to build elevation above ground in San Francisco Bay Delta is primarily both vegetation productivity and mineral sediments. Mineral sediments come from a variety of sources in San Francisco Bay and the Delta and are predicted to be changing given sea level rise and climate change into the future. So how do we measure marsh sediments and accretion processes? The first approach is surface elevation tables, and that's the picture on the upper left. These are point measurements that can give you millimeter accuracy. You need long-term data for it to be reliable and relevant. It can be relatively expensive to install, but easy to maintain. So once it's in the marsh, it stays in the marsh over long term. Secondly is marker horizons, which can be both feldspar or sand laid down in the marsh. And then as sediment deposits above it, you can measure that. So that's the middle picture with the ruler. It's inexpensive and very easy to deploy. Soil cores are point measurements, and you can measure marsh accretion by doing dating for 50 to 100 years for accretion estimates. And lastly is deposition traps. So that's the upper right-hand corner. These are point measurements. They can be cheap enough to conduct multiple deployments across a marsh surface. It's usually done in short timescales, weeks or months. And you measure how much sediment actually falls onto the marsh surface with the sediment pad. This is useful for correlating with physical drivers like tides, winds, and waves. So the sediment in San Francisco Bay Delta comes from natural delivery, both at the regional level, which is rivers and creeks and snow melts, and then locally, both from wind, wave, and tidal action when sediment is resuspended from the near shore. So here's an example of the type of data that you can get using sediment pads. So this is the seasonal differences of a sediment pad study at two marshes, both Petaluma and Rush Ranch. And those brown bars is how much sediment got deposited on the marsh surface over the course of a year. And interestingly, most of the sediment was deposited in May and June and July, which is really the months where there's a lot of wind and wave energy in San Francisco Bay. Sediment can also be delivered during episodic storm events. For example, the atmospheric river storm of 2016 and 17 delivered historic amounts of precipitation and snow to the region. And during that time, we were monitoring surface elevation tables and feldspar across the estuary. So you can see the site map on the left there. With minor slough is E at the highest, most northern part of the delta. And during that atmospheric storm event, we actually saw increases in both surface elevation change at all of the marshes, and accretion is the amount that was actually deposited on the marsh surface. But the largest increase following the storm, which is that gray bar, was at minor slough. So the area in the marsh most north and east of the estuary, presumably from high delta flows with sediment availability. Sediment in San Francisco Bay can also be enhanced, and there's a variety of ways to do this. It can be done with sediment augmentation directly onto the marsh surface, sediment addition to adjacent near shore areas or mudflats, or you can plant vegetation to trap sediment, especially in restorations that are primarily unvegetated. A sediment augmentation project has been implemented at Seal Beach National Wildlife Refuge. Early sea rise marsh modeling showed that this wildlife refuge was highly vulnerable to sea level rise submergence over the coming decades and was currently not keeping pace with sea rise due to local and regional subsidence and high rates of sea level rise. It's home to a variety of federally and state endangered species and is a critical habitat in this part of California. The pilot project was implemented in the middle of the wildlife refuge in an area that already had low elevations. The project began in 2016 and over 13,000 cubic meters of sediment was added to the 3-hectare site. Here's an example of what that looks like pre and post sediment application. In general, over 22 centimeters of vertical elevation was gained across the site. As you can see from these maps, it did vary across the area, with some areas receiving more sediment than others. The current elevation gained over 20 years of life to the marsh, given sea level rise rates. As part of the monitoring program for the sediment augmentation project, we installed surface elevation tables and feldspar marker horizons across the site pre-application and have been monitoring for 5 years post-application. And here's an example of what that data looks like. So we were able to measure at the point level what was the total elevation achieved from the augmentation project, and also how the sediment settled or grew over time. So here's an example of one of the sites. You can see that this sediment application project was very thick and primarily ended up being a lot of sand, much more than anticipated. And this site has slowly vegetated over time, which was a bit delayed than originally hoped for, but it is vegetating. So you can see by last July that the vegetation across the site has begun to expand and is almost to this monitoring location. Here's another example of the revegetation following the sediment application of the surface elevation table measuring location. And the good thing to know about putting these types of installations into a sediment application project is that when you measure the total elevation at these sites, you're capturing both above and below ground processes. And what we found here is that there was quite a bit of settling or consolidation of the applied soils over time, but that it did stabilize after 2 years. And so we were able to calculate what the total elevation was achieved at this site. So when we're thinking ahead 20, 50, or 100 years, sea level rise and changes in precipitation and snowpack are very uncertain and are dependent on greenhouse gas emissions. Future sediment availability is also uncertain as current sediment delivery to the San Francisco Bay Delta has been decreasing over the last few decades. Therefore, monitoring accretion can help identify if wetlands and restorations are keeping pace with sea level rise. And detecting changes in accretion and sediment availability early can sort of trigger actions. What kind of intervention can occur to prevent loss of restorations in existing marshes? Monitoring should occur across the region as site-specific and geomorphic setting can really change what the wetland accretion properties are. So proactive sediment monitoring and planning is needed to ensure wetland ecological function is maintained over the coming decades and century. Thank you very much for your time, and please reach out to me if you have any questions.
Thank you all. That was a really great set of lightning talks and some really interesting demonstrations in very different habitat types. We have about 10 minutes for discussion. Dylan, shall I just dive into our first question?
Yeah, go ahead, Marilyn. And our speakers can turn on their cameras, and also a note that Judy Drexler from the USGS will be filling in for Karen Thorne in this discussion. So thanks Judy, and thanks all the speakers.
Yeah, thanks so much to all the speakers for your work to put these together. The first question is for Peter. Won't using wood logs on large scale as barriers for shoreline protection lead to deforestation?
No, these were eucalyptus trees taken from tree removal projects along Caltrans right-of-ways. I don't think we're in short supply of those. There may be long-term questions. There's a lot of demand for eucalyptus, but no, these are not causing deforestation. And there's also a lot of cull wood, non-merchantable wood from timber harvest operations that never make it to sale. Those usually get burned on site or left as waste accumulations at the mill, and those are also possibly available for recycling and riparian, and now I think also shoreline restoration projects in the estuary.
Great, thank you. This question is for Michelle. Are carex and other desired plants coming back after the October 2021 fire? Are you also seeing plants with cultural significance that are deterring invasive plants?
Oh, good question. I'm sorry, my camera's not coming on. Yes, Carex barbarae is coming back. There have been some other traditional burning work I think Don Hankins did, who's in the panel next, showing Carex barbarae to come back. My friend Joy Zedler, you may know her, has just written this really neat paper on Carex stricta, also a rhizomatous, Tasic said as being a super plant. So I'd say Carex barbarae is too. The beautiful plant that I just love is Artemisia douglassiana, the mugwort, or Kachinu in Miwok. That just comes back after the fire. We did a study to see if it was a nurse plant because it's been supporting so many other wildlife species. And no, it excludes weeds, but it doesn't harbor other non-native plants. And then we're also looking at those pinole pollinator plants and seeing how they come back. And also at milkweed and Apocynum cannabinum come back.
Great, thank you, Michelle. The next question is for Kurt. How effective are floating marshes in reducing nutrients like nitrogen and phosphorus?
We haven't looked at that. We've so far just looked at zooplankton production. So that's, we have a list of things we need to do, and that would be one of them. So don't know yet.
Great. And the next one is for Monique. We'll rush through these. Regarding vegetation in the upper marsh, have you considered planting more drought tolerant upper marsh plants or ecotone species adapted for the near term?
We do have a suite of native marsh plants and ecotone plants and grassland plants across that whole ecosystem stretch, and we're monitoring those to see how they're all doing.
Great. And then a question for Kathy and others, but how do we get more people to the table to discuss management practices and involvement? Urban folks, indigenous communities, etc.
Yeah, that's a great question. And it's something that a lot of people are grappling with right now. I pointed out this Ocean Science Trust project, and there's a lot of social scientists that are involved in that. I find personally as an ecologist that I'm kind of out of my depth, even though this is something I really care about. And it's really important to try to partner with people who actually can, local community members who can actually reach members of those communities and maybe be a voice for those communities, speak to those communities. But also the social scientists can help us to figure out how to ask the right questions, I think, and put them in the right ways so that they are, taken the way we intend them to be. So I think there's a lot of work to be done. And I think people like me, probably a lot of the people in the room here today, maybe don't know where to start. And maybe that's where that question comes from. And I think starting from just being concerned and interested in making a change about this is a great place to begin.
Thank you. And this next one is for Judy Drexler. Is reservoir dredging of sediments for downstream delivery by flow being studied or considered, to your knowledge?
reservoir dredging. To use that sediment for thin layer placement to help with tidal marsh sustainability. Is that the question? I'm not really clear.
I'm just reading it as it was put in the chat. And I don't
know about it, but maybe someone else on the panel does.
Maybe I can jump in. That we did look at dredging reservoir sediment and moving it downriver into the delta and into the estuary. And it just was a very expensive proposition to try to do. And that's, our analysis was done about 15 years ago when we first started looking at that.
Great. And then for Stuart, what does it look like to work across landscapes with different property owners?
Exciting and fun and challenging. There's different landscapes. Each place in the bay, you know, the San Francisco Bay NER is not a landowner, unlike Elkhorn Slough. And so State Parks is our partner for China Camp, and the Solana Land Trust is our partner for Rush Ranch. And so each organization, and in Peter's Pocket is still in private ownership with a willing seller. And so each one has its characteristics of the nature of the organization and the individuals there. And it keeps us on our toes and very engaged, and an opportunity to really understand a wide variety of different perspectives. I think one of the things we've seen here this morning is the role of Indigenous knowledge, and both Rush Ranch and China Camp especially has a very active tribal engagement there with routine cultural use practices of the actual state park and research reserve. And that's very different from Rush Ranch or Peter's Pocket, where that's not the case. And so it's the tribal interaction as part of our efforts on adaptation at China Camp. And it makes for a very exciting and very fun approach to the kind of work that we do. And I think ultimately very necessary, and kind of follows what Kathy just mentioned a moment ago.
I think this next one could go towards any of you, but how are these potential features being considered in the permitting process? I think each of you could speak to that.
Well, I'll jump in, having designed and built lots of projects and gotten permits. It really varies. And I've, from really not engaged whatsoever to agency request to provide guarantees for public access improvements for 75 years in the future with sea level rise. And so I think it's very much, I think there's a lot of improvement on the part of the agency staff as more folks are there understand, you know, they apply the stuff in a very meaningful and effective way. So I think it's headed in the right direction, but it's still a bit uneven, I would say, my perspective, my experience.
And then what is the evapotranspiration loss of floating marshes? Is the last question I'm seeing.
We haven't measured that, but I would assume that it's probably similar to a tidal marsh, a full-on dendritic tidal marsh. We're having the same wetland plants, large stands of tules. So I would assume that we're pretty similar there in terms of evapotranspiration.
I'm going to follow up since there isn't another one. So with the floating islands, though, you'd need water underneath them. And if you had more of a riparian setback levee, you wouldn't need water necessarily. It could be seasonal. That's kind of what I was getting at. Don't you need permanent water under it?
Well, the idea we're trying to solve, or the problem we're trying to solve, is the deeply subsided islands. So yes, we would have, our marshes will have water underneath them until such time that accretion has raised the ground surface underneath high enough so that the roots become embedded. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but the whole point of the floating marshes, again, is to deal with areas where you can't grow a marsh and where you can have a floating marsh until such time that accretion has helped you by bringing up the land surface elevation. If we can, yeah.
Really helpful. And then I'm seeing a last one for Peter. The iron sulfide problem that you presented, is this an issue only in salt marsh environments?
It also occurs in reclaimed agricultural lands that were derived from salt marshes. It's a worldwide problem. The term of art is cat clays. You'll see that term in the literature, but it's more recently being studied because of thin layer sediment nourishment projects on the East Coast. The Corps of Engineers has now taken up some studies building on the work of Fanning from the 1980s. There's a new publication cited in one of my slides, Berkowitz. There's a Corps of Engineers ERDC version, and there's a publication in Geoderma on acid sulfate soil and acid volatile sulfide soil formation in dredge material placed for tidal marsh restoration in Rhode Island and a couple other New England states.
Great. Well, I think we'll probably wrap it up there. I again want to thank this group so much, because everything from the design funding to doing the work in the field, analyzing the data, and then presenting it so beautifully today is really appreciated. Did you have a final comment, Kurt?
Yeah, I just wanted to apologize for the glitchy video. I think that was a result of, I sent a high resolution video and I think it just didn't transmit because should have downsized it.
Yeah, apologies for that on our end. And Kurt, that was something we tested and it went fine, and then today it didn't. So thanks everybody for your patience with that. I think we can work in the recording maybe to stitch in a clean version of it so that it doesn't have those. So thanks to Marilyn for moderating and all of our speakers. And I just wanted to highlight that all of these talks really give us some insight into some of the pieces of the puzzle that we already have that are really going to help us address this issue of adapting restoration in the long term. So this gives us sort of the biophysical look at how this is the case across these projects. And when we reconvene at 1:30, we're going to be really looking at the human partnerships then that come together to help us solve some of these problems, what pieces of the puzzle are already there, so that we can continue towards building to a more complete vision of what we have available to us in our toolkit. So thanks so much, everybody. Really excellent presentations. And we'll see you back at 1:30. Of the day for our Adapting Restoration for a Changing Climate Symposium. If any of you weren't able to make it for the morning, my name is Dylan Chappell with the Delta Stewardship Council and the Science Program. And we're really thrilled to present our afternoon panel to you all on partnerships for adaptive restoration. So the session will be moderated by Brett Milligan from UC Davis, and you'll hear 5-minute brief overviews from each of our panelists on some of their work as it relates to the theme of the partnerships that make restoration possible, and then how that relates to climate change. And then we'll open it up for a panel discussion. So we really encourage you to use the Zoom Q&A function. That's what we're using most directly. We will be able to see things in the chat, but the Q&A, I think, makes it the easiest for us to track what's been answered. So with that, I will hand it over to Brett, and thank you all.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. Again, my name is Brett Milligan. I'm from UC Davis, professor in landscape architecture, and I will be your moderator. So welcome. This panel is called Partnerships for Adaptive Restoration. And if you were here for the first half of the day, I don't think this particular panel needs much introduction. I'm very grateful for the morning because it seems to have made my work easier. where, just how important partnerships are, and thinking about equity and thinking about representation when talking about restoration and adaptation. So the plan for this next hour and a half, I'm going to give sort of this intro and give a presentation on one example of an instance where I think partnerships have been built through co-design, and how co-design might help with building partnerships. And then we have a lovely set of panelists here, Phoenix, Michelle, Jessica, Campbell, and Dawn. And I'd like to let them introduce themselves each in their own presentation, but they're each going to give about a 5-minute presentation on either a project or some aspect of building partnerships or fostering those kinds of partnerships. And then after we do all of that, we'll have time for a little panel discussion. Okay, so these are just some potential questions we might think with as we go through these presentations. Sort of what are social relationships that lead to successful multi-benefit outcomes? What are, quote, good partnerships and coalitions? How do we define and measure that in ways that are inclusive and integrative? How do we measure and promote equity in restoration and adaptation? Can restoration be both ecologically and culturally regenerative? Should it always be? And how can partnerships be sustained and strengthened to improve restoration outcomes over the long term? So those are some things you might want to have in the background, as well as other questions you might have. With that, I'm just going to dive right in with an example, one I would like to talk about. And this is it's a project called Frank's Track Futures, and was really about participatory goal setting and co-design. And I'm going to talk about two things in particular with this project. Co-design, which if you're not familiar with that term, basically means designing with stakeholders and publics who will or may be affected by any kind of plan or design that they're included in the process. And transdisciplinarity, which is a really long word for saying, how do we work across disciplines, as well as bringing that expertise, that mixed expertise with the knowledge and values of locals, publics, and other stakeholders. How does all of that different knowledge come into a co-design process in ways that might be fruitful and fair? Hold on a second. So if you're not familiar with Frank's Tract, it's right in the center of the delta. As you see here, it's what's encircled by the red circle. And it's basically the open water you see there. It is a formerly reclaimed tract that is no longer and hasn't been since the 30s. So that's an aerial view where there's Frank's Tract, which is the bigger one, and then Little Frank's Tract. And both used to be reclaimed and aren't anymore. And both are currently a state park, California State Park. A little bit of history on Frank's Tract. Was reclaimed right around the turn of the century, around between 1902 and 1906. Obviously Native American occupation there before that happened. And then in the late 1930s, there was a couple of levee breaches. The first one was repaired, the second one was not. So basically Frank's Tract has evolved as an infrastructural accident since the late 1930s. For years, didn't really have any real known. It was just sort of an anomaly in the Delta. In the 1950s, it was used as a Navy bombing target. And then in 1959 became a state park, which it still is to today. So this is a little sense of what Frank's Tract is now. We're looking from Bethel Island, which is an urbanized tract adjacent to Frank's Tract. And what you're seeing here are those remnant levees that used to reclaim Frank's. And then you can see out across the water. This gives you a sense of scale. It's over 3,000 acres. If you look really closely in the image in the distance, you will see the grid of hunting blinds. This was in the late fall where hunters set up out there. So very boating oriented. This is a very popular boating destination. There are at least around 150, maybe around that number of bass tournaments out here per year. These are some images of both recreational fishing and the bass tournaments. That's the hunting grid that is managed by parks. And you see, one of those hunters or two of those hunters out there with their hunting blind hunting for waterfowl. There they are. And so basically it's a much loved public landscape for water-based recreation. But Frank's Track is a landscape that means many things to many different people. And if you are looking at it from the larger state perspective of the agencies, one problem with Frank's Track is, given the lack of levees there, it actually leads to saltwater intrusion. So when you get the tides coming in from the bay, it comes in and then it sort of percolates down, and it affects with the ability to export freshwater out of the delta because it gets salty. So there's a particular way that this impacts the California Delta, given its water infrastructure, but this sort of salinity intrusion problem is a global one with climate change, with increased droughts, with sea level rise, and all those things. So this is one challenge the state faces. And the second is, what we're talking about here about in terms of ecological restoration, such as the Delta smelt. Frank's Tract was identified as a target area to improve habitat for Delta smelt, which is where an initial design was put forward to try to solve two state goals here, to improve water quality and to improve restoration. So this was a scheme that was done in 2017 by California Fish and Wildlife in collaboration with DWR. And the solution here, what you're seeing is basically a plug of earth to stop that, that nozzle of saltwater coming into the delta. And this is basically showing a mass of tidal wetlands that would be created by stacking earth in this tidal lake about 5 to 7 feet up to then get it back to tidal elevation. So you would have a functional marsh, creating about 1,000 acres of new tidal wetland in an area where there's basically none. So you get the ecological benefit, you also get the reduction in salinity. However, this design was done, this preliminary or feasibility study was done without local feedback or local input. And so again, looking back at Bethel Island and how people use this landscape, where they use these holes in the levees to shoot out across the tract and do what they're going to do. All the marinas are based on this and having access to this, what they call fast water. And if we sort of plug in that scheme, it would basically just lock in all of these marinas, all of these boaters. And so the proposal, when it was shown to the public, was pretty much uniformly disliked. They thought it would be an end to their economy, an end to their recreation and their property values and so forth. So this is where we started to ask, are there suggestions you have for the future design and management of Frank's Tract and Little Frank's Tract? And we did a survey and we asked, we got about over 300 responses. And half of these people, I think, sort of based on what had just happened, said, don't touch it, just leave it alone. It's great as it is. And this is just a small sampling of some of those responses that we got, just saying, please don't change anything. It's great, leave it alone. But we also had others who pointed out that leave it alone is actually quite a hard proposition. One local resident said regarding leave it alone, I would actually point out that this is not really a valid position, because to keep it as it is requires a budget as well that no one has. If nothing is done, the area is going to change in ways hurting many residents. So this pushed us toward thinking about, can Frank's Tract be redesigned in a way that's inclusive of all stakeholder interests, and includes them in the design process and meets multiple goals established by all the participants. And so, so basically round 2 of trying to design the tracks, where a new team was put together, headed by ESA, under the leadership of Michelle Orr, and again, a different set of disciplines and expertise to try to think about how this design might go forward. So that's the interdisciplinary part. And then bringing in a steering committee, which were all the senior agencies responsible for decision-making, funding, and implementation, such as state parks, DWR, California Fish and Wildlife, et cetera. And then an advisory committee. So this was new. A central forum for engagement, which these are all the people who would be affected or potentially affected, and represent some representatives for those who might be affected, such as the local reclamation districts, the marina operators, local residents, hunters, recreationists, and so forth, the California Striped Bass Association. All of these folks then were able to feed into this process from the get-go. And then we combined this co-design process with structured decision-making, where, as many of you might know, structured decision-making is where you transparently establish your objectives and performance criteria at the beginning with all of these people. And then you kind of iteratively work your way towards a design or a plan for what you're going to do. What I'd like to highlight about this is that if done in an equitable way, this actual process, this co-design process, is a way of building adaptive capacity through the kinds of partnerships and coalitions that might happen through the co-learning that happens with it. So the performance goals were expanded based on this process. So first, the ecology part, it wasn't just about smelt anymore. It was about a larger range of fish, both listed and recreational fish. It was also became about waterfowl and other species, so a more holistic notion of the site ecology or regional ecology. Water quality, still the same, still looking to try to figure out how to lead to less salinity intrusion. But now there was this third leg to the whole thing, which was about recreation, boating and navigation, the local economy, and levee and flood protection, which were a lot of the objectives set by stakeholders. So to start off, rather than us making maps of what we thought Frank's Tract was, or what's valued, we actually put it out to the public, and we asked them, how do you map Frank's Tract, or what's important to you? So we created an online geospatial survey where you could use your phone or your laptop, whatever you want, where we could ask people things like, what are your regular boating routes in and around the tract? How do you identify as a stakeholder? If you were to put marsh in Frank's Tract, where could you put it where it wouldn't be a nuisance? Where do you recreate or spend time in the tract? What activities do you do at these locations? Where is public access needed? So this is a sample of some of the questions we asked in the survey, and it was really to try to get some baseline understanding of the cultural components of this place and how to design with that. We also asked them, what are the areas in the tract that need most improvement? So if you go back to what I said some slides back, where half of who we talked to said, don't do anything to the tract. But when we asked people more like, well, what is actually important to you in terms of what you might want to change, you can see that there are now, this is where we asked them to put polygons around areas where they thought of improvements, and the entire tract is covered. So there were things that the local community was worried about or wanted changed, such as all the weeds, the aquatic weeds that make it hard to boat through, navigation hazards such as old remnants of levees and things like that people crash their boats over. And there were multiple things that people identified that really opened us up to having a discussion about what we might change. So we started to develop a no action alternative to think forward, like, well, what'll happen to the tract if we do nothing? One of the things the community hates most out here is the temporary salinity barrier. Nobody really likes putting that thing in and out. It's really inconvenient for everyone, even the agencies who have to do it. So we started thinking, well, that's going to have to happen more with the drought. You're going to get more weeds. With every drought, the weeds keep increasing in quantity. Those remnant levees are eroding. So there were things that people like out there, but there were definitely trends of accelerated change that really made this idea of keeping Frank's Tract as is kind of impossible, and sort of, I think, opened up the way to really think about how we might collectively rethink how Frank's Tract might be in the future. So these next few slides are a little bit about our process, where we started off with a public meeting to really tell people, here are our goals. What would you like to have happen in this project? We launched that public survey I just showed. And then we started to have a set of workshops with those advisory committees and steering committees I mentioned, where we started off broad with 7 different concepts, including a no action alternative. These are all different ways that one might lay out these kind of blobs of land in the tract to try to meet objectives. And from that, we came up with 3 design concepts and the no action alternative that we then iteratively refined throughout the process, where at each round of the workshop, we were getting feedback from, or peer review, if you will, from people with ecological knowledge, those with the recreational knowledge, fish biology, hydrodynamic modeling, and of course, the residents and users of the landscape. This is kind of showing that these blobs are actually highly parametric forms that were being refined in terms of their shape based on this kind of multi-benefit goal of trying to, enhance for ecology, for salinity reduction, and also to create an amenity for the local community rather than something that was seen as a burden. And part of that was really looking at recreation. If we're going to build all these marshes and we're going to do all of this, there's a big opportunity here to improve and add to recreation and maybe make it sort of an amenity for the state, or maybe, a world-class kinds of water park. And so these are some examples of some recreation designs that our students at UC Davis, our landscape architecture students, proposed. So they got to meet with the community, see what they were interested in, come up with their designs, and then go present them back to the community. This is at Big Break, presenting this work and getting feedback on it. And we gave them, you see the form on the left, where we'd say, well, is this concept working? Is the rect feature well cited? Does it suck? Do you like it? So we got really explicit feedback from them of what was working and what was not in the designs. And then we also asked them about aesthetics. They were really worried we were just going to build a giant mud flat out there, which they didn't like that. And so, what is attractive to you in a marsh? What kind of channel do you like? And so aesthetics were really important in the project. So what we ended up with was 3 different designs plus the no action alternative, which we kept through the entire process. And so you can see these are 3 different ways that these kind of landforms have been laid out to try to meet all of these project goals. All of these basically entail a massive cut and fill operation where the dark areas are where you're digging down into the tract up to 25 feet down and then stacking this material to create tidal wetlands at sort of bringing them to mean high tide so that you can then have wetlands reestablish. The digging down was really popular to a lot of people because if you go down deep enough, the weeds won't take purchase, and then the boaters actually once again have open water. So that was generally, sort of similarity across all the designs. So we came up with those. They met the project criteria, but we didn't know how the public felt about them. So then we again launched another survey, another geospatial one where folks could go in and have a fly through to see how these schemes looked. They could ask questions. They got to rank them overall, and they could say what they liked and what they didn't like. This is showing an example for just one of the designs of the extent of the feedback we got of what was appreciated, which is on the left, and what wasn't on the right, to think about how to further refine the designs. And this was the preferred alternative, this kind of one where you put a landmass through the middle of the tract and keeping sort of that open water near the marinas. And then a second pool that the locals really like this because this landmass also serves as sort of a windbreak and allows for a recreational pool on the other side. And this met the 2 state objectives as well. So just some of the features of this, again, more inclusive ecological goals, looking at how basically the tract was being very diversified in terms of form and habitat through the design, that are not only for fish and waterfowl, but for people and how people would fish and potentially hunt in these areas. Creating sheltered coves and mooring areas, again, boating being a #1 priority of many of the stakeholders, and diversifying hunting opportunities. New beaches, day use areas, and no wake zones. And perhaps most importantly, maintaining navigability in this region, because really the boats are like cars where most people live out here, where this is how people get around. And this is showing an example channel through between the wetlands. And this was a key design factor that, DWR was hydromodeling these designs of trying to figure out, how big of an opening can you make for a channel and still retain the salinity prevention, because you're creating an opening, and not also constrict it too much so that there's too much velocity. So this was the sort of sweet spot that allowed for adequate room for boats to get through of like 100-meter width. So that's sort of the idea. We built a large constituency around this project. We went from a place of people being very angry and very upset and feeling like they had no place in this and that they were not being listened to actually people supporting the designs more than the no action alternative. So I do think that this process led to a lot of co-learning for all of us. But the big question is now, I'd say, is very much a social or partnership question. Is this going to even happen? And as many of you who work in restoration know, there is a question of when or if a project would happen. This one's not cheap. It does have a pretty substantial carbon footprint to make this thing, but the future is kind of unknown for this. And I would close with just saying one of the challenges we had is, we've asked everybody to really think about these longer timeframes. Is, we tried to reach out to all we could to, for their perceptions on this thing, but it's going to take a while for anything out there to be built, and really, how are future generations going to interact with this landscape, or how to design for those folks was always a challenge for us. So I will stop there and I will stop sharing my screen, and I'd like to turn it over to Phoenix.
My turn. Are there slides for mine?
One more slide deck, please.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you, everyone. My name is Phoenix Armenta. I'm with the West Oakland Environmental Indicators Project. I'm also the program manager for the Oakland Shoreline Leadership Academy, which I'm talking about today. So next slide, please. So the Oakland Shoreline Leadership Academy is a 6-month training and planning process that's focused on all things related to the Oakland shoreline. So we actually, through a grant through the Measure AA, the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority, we're paying participants to come and learn all about all things related to the shoreline and to make their own plans for the shoreline, which they can later go and implement. And we're actually talking about that now. Next slide, please. Okay, the reason why we have the Oakland Shoreline Leadership Academy is that we want to put the power into the hands of those who have been most affected by issues related to environmental justice and climate change. So, we include and hired all folks from what we call disadvantaged communities. And if you can go to the next slide. When we say disadvantaged, these maps kind of tell a little bit of story about what we mean. So this map up here in the upper left-hand corner is a redlining map from the 1930s. This is a map of Oakland, and you can see the green up in the top is sort of the wealthier communities of Oakland, and the red along the shoreline are the lower income communities, usually Black or Asian communities that were not allowed to buy their houses based on racist banking policies in the 1930s. Fast forward to the upper right-hand map is a Cal EnviroScreen that shows that those same communities that were redlined are also experiencing some of the highest environmental burdens in all of California. See, the orange mark is the high environmental burden. You can contrast with areas around Piedmont where they have actually some of the lowest environmental burden in all of California. The lower right-hand map is actually a map of toxic sites, which follow the same pattern of redline communities. And then you can also see in this bottom left-hand corner, a map of sea level rise. And you can see where sea level rise is actually going to intersect with these toxic sites and cause a huge problem for these communities. So if you can go to the next slide. So we've hired 14 people. They're multi-ethnic, intergenerational. They have completed their 6-month process where they spend 8 hours on Zoom and 8 hours on the shoreline learning about the particular features and talking to experts from all across the Bay Area. And from that process, they've each come up with their own plans, which they're ready to go into the implementation phase for. And so as of right now, they've graduated from the Oakland Shoreline Leadership Academy, and they're all preparing to raise money to implement their plans. Next slide, please. So I just want to leave you with a quote from one of our participants, Shai Walker, who says, "Being an OSLA participant allows me to learn and see the various ways in which our built shoreline environment can be enhanced to invigorate natural habitats for wildlife and promote eco-connected healing for the people." So, after those words, I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to talking to you more about this.
Thank you, Phoenix. I think next we have Michelle.
Hi. I was wishing we were at Davis at the same time, Brett, just sideline. I was just thinking, oh, that would have been so wonderful. Anyway, I'm a professor at Sac State, and I've engaged hundreds of students in adaptive restoration at Bushy Lake, and I am so blessed by my turtle team of students. I think I got the pick of the litter out there, and then bringing out the community and the other stakeholders along the Lower American River. I'd like you to consider scale for a minute, and that being, this is the scale of a small, well-loved project, not the scale of the whole Delta or something. So in the beginning, when I'm a tribal descendant, but I also did my doctorate on Carex barbarae with Don Hankins' people, the Miwok people, and I just was really blessed and learned a lot from that experience. And I also learned a lot from my relations, the plant people. I hear them, I speak to them, and have a green thumb. So that's part of my relationship with this site. I want you to just think of this idea of future ecosystems reconciliation project as another idea. And I also want you to think about reconciliation and stakeholders and partnerships as being non-human persons, as well as different human, cultural, and racial identities and communities. Next slide. So we began in 2015. Like I said, it was adaptive. So we've always started with culturally significant plants. I've gotten a lot of support clear up to the president's office, giving us more funding after my site burned. And I do have a large grant from the California Wildlife Conservation Board to do a conceptual restoration plan. I really, the site I'm planting for local Native American communities to gather there. In the process, we noticed the Western pond turtle and noted that it was declining, and that became part of our studies and also our love affair with the site. Next slide. So these are students. We have a very diverse student body. So in that, I'm teaching people how to use shovels and plant plants and water them and make them grow. Next slide. So what we're here to talk about is partnerships. And I would like to give you a quote from Dennis Martinez, who really started the traditional ecological knowledge section in the Society of Ecological Restoration. Basically, he said, beware of bridges, know firmly what ground you stand on, know completely where you're bridging to, and beware of how turbid or dangerous the waters are in between. And I think that's a good thing to think about, is to be also mindful of partnerships. The part of I talked about my experiments earlier and how I thought they were fire resilient because of cultural tending practices. And with a fire June 6th, we're actually getting to look in the field at the impacts on birds and turtles and plants. I want to talk about inclusivity and social and environmental justice, partly restoring reciprocal relationship between sovereign Indigenous First Nations people, but also between the people in our neighborhood and in our community who are in an area where they don't get to learn to interact with nature. So reciprocal restoration, I would define as healing of relationships, people to the land through stewardship or tending or alchema, but caring for the landscape. Next slide. Next slide. Our challenges have been wildfires, flooding clear over the site, drought, and we don't have irrigation because it would be stolen, so we can't carry our water in. And then the fire was caused by 2 homeless drug camps trying to burn each other out. This would be the predatory, 5% of the homeless population, but you can see it burned clear down to the water's edge. Next slide. So some of these social interactions bringing out the public. This is our Earth Day celebration and dance. Some things are private. If a Native community is doing ritual ceremony or gathering, that would not be a public event, but bringing in people for public events, bringing in children, having this as a refuge for people for the art part of it, as we heard this morning, is really important and part of success. Part of success is all the parts of ourselves, our spirits, our emotions, and our, quantitative mind. Next. So we've had some large events with stakeholders all over the Lower American River, brought people out to the site. We will do so again the next 2 Earth Days. Next slide. So one of the ways I'm thinking of strengthening relationships, what is the most important thing about a relationship? Big M, mind, our minds, how we think of things. So one of the ways I really like that this conference is incorporating, which has not happened in the last decades, is really having a partnership between nature and culture, nature and people. So we in the restoration world have established these polemics like historic ecosystem. No, the past doesn't inform the future. It's climate change. It's all novel ecosystems. Let's do what we want to. Well, let's get rid of those paradigms, put that behind us, and really talk about reconciliation, regeneration, reciprocity between the land and the people and between people each other. Native people have a very strong belief system of stewardship and caring for the land and being their relation. Well, don't we all have that? And in establishing that relationship, don't we also heal ourselves? So when I imagine ecosystems of the future, I think first reconciling with indigenous sovereign nations in our area, in our community, and then bringing in the other cultures and communities like Phoenix is doing in such a beautiful way. And I just want to emphasize the healing power of reciprocal restoration. Do I have one more slide? Okay, good. I'm done. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Michelle. Next is Jessica.
All right. Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. Good to see all of you. And really excellent to hear these presentations. Go ahead, next slide. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the work of the Water Forum. Many of you know me from my time at the Delta Stewardship Council, and in last January, I moved over to the Water Forum. Water Forum has been around for 20 years, working in this region to achieve 2 co-equal objectives. You'll see the parallels between Delta Reform Act here, but our 2 co-equal objectives are to provide a reliable and safe water supply for the region, as well as preserving the fishery, wildlife, recreation, and aesthetic values of the Lower American River. We are not the only group working on the Lower American River. There are a lot of partners. Michelle just spoke about one project on the Lower American River, but we work with a whole host of other organizations that are also doing projects. But what I want to talk about today is 10 sites that we've been working on, that the Water Forum has been working on for the past 10, 15 years, and give you an update on one project in particular, and then talk a little bit about the secret sauce, sort of, what creates and strengthens these partnerships and the teamwork that we have to get these projects done. So next slide. Just first, a little bit of background to orient everyone. So the Lower American River is we refer to it as the 23-mile stretch of river between Nimbus Dam and the confluence of the Sacramento River. For those of you in Sacramento, it's also our backyard. It's one of the only wild and scenic rivers that's running through a major urban area, and it's a very special place. The Bureau of Reclamation operates Folsom Dam, and as a part of that operation, Folsom Dam in the Lower American is included in the Central Valley Improvement Act. We participate in the science integration team, and we've been working through CVPIA for years and years. The benefit of this for the Lower American specifically is that there's a lot of funding coming through for restoration, a lot of science-based decision-making on sort of where to prioritize restoration sites. And the restoration projects are funded largely by the Bureau of Reclamation. So the Water Forum is the local partner for reclamation. Next slide. So these are the 10 sites. We have not, let's see, we most recently did a project at Ansel Hoffman Park, sort of there on the lower left-hand side. We've also been working pretty much at all of these sites. We've not worked at Sunrise and El Manto recently, and are probably not going to work there in the next few years, but otherwise we are pursuing programmatic permitting for all of these sites, and we'll be working at these sites really over the next 1 to 5 years doing habitat restoration. Next slide. So the theme of this discussion is really partnerships, and I have to say that none of the work that the Water Forum does, none of it could be possible without all of these partners. This is a short list of the partners that are also engaged in implementation, meaning design and construction. So Sacramento County Regional Parks, they are the land owner and land manager for the parkway. California Department of Fish and Wildlife Services conducts a lot of monitoring work. Bureau of Reclamation, obviously the main funder. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, CDFW, SafeGA, and Sacramento Department of Utilities are also there supporting individual construction. SafeGA is our permitting partner. And we have, I'll talk a little bit more about why City of Sacramento Department of Utilities is such an important partner in this project. But next slide. So this is our most recent project at Ansel Hoffman. Some of you have been out there to see it. Cameron was out there a few weeks ago. If anyone wants to come and see it and hasn't seen it already, just let me know, because it's a really cool site and I love showing it off. So, all right, Brett, we'll take you out. So starting last fall, well, really sort of in the summer, in August, there were some big construction crews out there. So construction was about 6 weeks total. There were about 16,000 cubic yards of gravel. As of a year ago, that number would mean absolutely nothing to me, but I've learned a whole lot about gravel this past year and what that looks like and what it takes to sort gravel. And that gravel was sorted on site. This is a site that had zero material imported or exported, so it was all on site, which was really helpful. And we created a spawning riffle, and then also a rearing alcove. And then I'll talk about a few of the additional features that we added to the site as well. But how about you go to the next slide? So this shows pre-project and post-project. On the left is pre-project, so sort of a narrow bend in the river here. You can see the entire gravel bar there on the left. That is a very public space. There's a lot of activity there. I was out there last Saturday. We were doing some willow planting, and there were a few hundred people that came out to the site over the course of the day. Lots of kids, lots of people jumping around, throwing rocks and having fun. And post-project, I have to say, it's still a really cool place to go. There's a lot of landscape features that seem to be enjoyed by the local community. And most importantly, for our purposes, is it's being enjoyed by salmon as well. So you can see there on the post-project side, that sort of channel or that alcove is really created and designed to encourage salmon rearing. So it's shallow, there's lots of woody material, and it is inundated in flows that are above, say, 1750 CFS. And then that spawning riffle, that sort of lighter sand color, you can see that's a very large spawning riffle that we added in. And if you go to the next slide, it's being used, which is pretty exciting. So, these projects, they get constructed pretty fast. It takes about 6 weeks to construct them. We construct them during a time that is prior to the salmon swimming upstream and using them for spawning. And so as a part of our process, these are really, the designs are fairly dynamic. And so the work that we're doing out there is not just designing it and then constructing it and walking away. There's a lot of pre and post project monitoring that happens, including counting reds, doing snorkel surveys, doing drone flights, and really seeing how the site responds. The other piece of this too is the design is really adaptive. So we have the ability to make some design changes and field fit the design. And so, moving woody debris around, moving rocks around, and we're really able to tailor them to the site conditions. So for example, this year on the site, we were sorting rock and gravel, and about halfway through, we decided to add another gravel screen to get some more variability in rock size and really help promote spawning habitat for steelhead. And sure enough, that field fitting was successful. This picture, I don't know if you can see on the right, sort of the white circles that are there, those are reds or steelhead nests. And this was the first place that steelhead spawned on the American River at Ansel Hoffman Park, and the first observed recorded sites on the American River. So there were 8 steelhead reds that came out here. There's also Chinook that are spawning in the river, and they spawn a little bit earlier, but the site's been really utilized for those purposes as well. Okay, next slide. So we're talking about partnerships, and we're talking about the secret sauce here and what makes partnerships work. And I have to say, for my, I've done a lot of work in the Delta, obviously, but here on the American River, it's a really special group. It's the structure of the water form itself is a really interesting and unique structure, and I could talk about that for hours, but for the purposes of our discussion about habitat and restoration, I would say that consistency is really important and has really helped support the projects and the implementation of these projects over the past 10 years. So we have had a planning, design, and construction team that has been working together for the past 10 years. They know each other well. They know these sites really well. They've got a good routine down. That construction crew is mainly City of Sacramento Department of Utilities. They are out on the site every year doing the construction. And that's been a really important part of the success of these projects. We have a consistent funding source from CVPIA. The water forum also has some Prop 68 funding for early implementation of the VAs, and that's helping support projects going forward. The water forum is a consistent local partner, and we have the support of diverse stakeholders, which is built into the water forum through our different caucuses. We have a single property owner that we deal with, the Sacramento County Regional Parks, which has been really helpful as well. And then consistent approach through programmatic permitting, and then consistent communication and outreach efforts on all of these projects. So that's my commentary on what makes this partnership successful, and there's a lot more, and I'm looking forward to the conversation. Okay, next slide. Again, that's just our partners. Okay, all set. Looking forward to the conversation.
Thank you, Jessica. And I think next, yeah, Campbell.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. Campbell Ingram. I'm the Executive Officer of the Delta Conservancy. It's great to be here with you all today. And thanks to the organizers and all the participants for this really interesting and informative seminar. I've really enjoyed it myself. So, and very happy to be on this panel talking about one of the favorite aspects of what we do, which is partnering with local interests. So, really by definition, state conservancies, of which there are 10, are fundamentally intended to be partners to the communities that we serve. You're probably familiar with the Coastal Conservancy, Sierra Nevada Conservancy. Of course, we are the Delta Conservancy, and so our geography really is the legal Delta and the Suisun Marsh, and we really are sort of in partnership, also doing ecosystem restoration and economic development in the Delta at the same time. I think one of the key indicators of the expectation of partnership is in the composition of our board. We have 11 voting members on our board, 5 of which are county supervisors, 1 from each of the 5 Delta counties. So I'm going to kind of quickly run through 3 of our programs and talk about how partnerships really support those programs. And as we've all said today many times, all of this work is dependent on partnerships. So I think this is kind of an interesting way. Three unique programs deal with partnerships a little bit differently. First one I want to talk about is our Proposition 1 grant program. So that is for ecosystem restoration projects, and Proposition 1 allocated $50 million to the Conservancy to do restoration. So over the course of the last several years, we've put 30 projects on the landscape. We're in our 5th solicitation right now, and we're evaluating 8 more proposals to potentially make that up to 38 projects out there in the Delta. So these are arguably relatively small restoration projects. These are not the 1,000+ acre tidal habitat projects that some of the folks have talked about. but we've also contributed funding to some of those larger projects as well. So this is an open solicitation. So the partnership here is really, we're dependent on our applicants demonstrating that they have built the partnerships that are necessary to make these projects work. So we require them to notify all surrounding landowners, work with all relevant entities. We then go out and we notice just about everybody. Our notification lists are like 140 entities long when we go to start making recommendations potentially to fund these projects. So the expectation is that there's total awareness of the projects that are happening and general support before you're actually coming to our board for approval. We also ask that the applicants really clearly articulate expectations of climate change and how the climate change may affect the project into the future. And then also, how are they going to incorporate adaptive management into the overall expectations and how the project moves forward into the future. So this has worked nicely in that all 30 of the projects that we have approved so far have had unanimous support from our county supervisors. So I think it's a great way to demonstrate that restoration can happen on the landscape with total awareness and involvement of local partners, and that it can be supported. So I'm actually really hopeful that we're contributing to just general awareness of how restoration can be happening on the landscape in a way that's really compatible and works with all interested in complete awareness. The next one I want to talk about is a little bit about our delta subsidence and carbon emission avoidance work. So many folks today have talked about the Great Big Hole in the Western Delta. That's about 200,000 acres. That was all carbon. That has largely all volatilized into the atmosphere and continues to do so. It fundamentally threatens the water supply of California, as well as just puts a huge amount of carbon into the atmosphere every year, about 2 million tons of carbon. So we've been working in a large partnership for many years, just trying to sort of navigate what are our opportunities to, sorry, I just saw a note that their slides aren't advancing. That's because I only had the one. I'm talking to lots of different programs, so I just thought I'd just stick with one. Yeah, so it's been a very large partnership over many years, going back almost 30 years now to some of the original research, trying to figure out what are our opportunities to stop subsidence in the Delta. The partnership has just included all of the agencies in the Delta, landowners, public and private, farmers, business owners, the levee engineers, academic institutions, and then a major partnership with the American Carbon Registry to help develop a protocol that allows landowners to re-wet the land, quantify their avoided emissions, and then get a revenue stream. So, you know, this partnership is really, absent this partnership, it would be impossible to try to keep track of all the moving parts of the system. Two of the things that have really come to light through the partnership in recent that have fundamentally changed the ground is that rice is really coming into the Delta in a significant way. Because of loss of acreage in the upper valley and the opportunity to fewer concerns about water supply, we are seeing a real trend of rice moving in. So that's taken the whole partnership a bit of a shift to start thinking about, okay, well, how do we push and help to make that transition happen? The other one, and this is really just emerging in the last couple of weeks, is that the economics of vines and trees are such, and again, water scarcity in Upper Valley are such that people are actually considering growing vines and trees in the deeply subsided regions of the Delta. So heretofore, that's been a non-starter because of the cost to actually lower tile drains and make the ground actually capable of growing those plants. So again, now the shift is, wow, now we've got to compete with big funding and really potentially shift tactics again. So it really is sort of a strategic partnership, trying to take all perspectives, trying to keep awareness of emerging trends, and then trying to keep the whole process moving in a way that continues to make progress. And arguably, what I think is one of the most significant stressors and threats to both climate, restoration, and our water supply in California. The last program I want to talk about is one that we just started up a couple of weeks ago, and this is a Delta Drought Response Pilot Program. So we developed this in partnership with the Delta water users, the Water Master's Office, the Department of Water Resources, UC Davis, UC Merced, California Department of Food and Ag, and the UC Agricultural and Natural Resources program. So the idea here is that we are actually paying farmers to fallow land and or just change to less consumptive crops in the expectation that that water will improve water quality during the drought and or help species in the Delta. So we're offering $900 per enrolled acre. And the other aspect of this program really as a pilot program is to help us all collectively better understand what practices are most effective in managing drought. Either this drought if it continues to be prolonged or future droughts. So the partnership has just been probably one of the most amazing partnerships I've been involved in the Delta. And in the last 10 days, I've talked to more farmers than I've probably talked to in the last 5 years. The program has been open for just 2 weeks. We've got 41 applications that we're reviewing. And I think that just speaks to, one of the key elements of a partnership. There's a fair price being offered. There's information that's really needed on both sides. The farmers are very interested in how much water can they actually conserve. The state is very interested in how do we actually effectively manage through drought in the Delta to maintain water quality and benefit species at the worst possible times. And so everyone is essentially is really getting what they need, and the response has been almost overwhelming. So I guess in summary, just to say again, without partnerships, none of these programs would be of much value. And each really sort of demonstrates a slight twist on partnerships and how they work. But fundamentally, it's about involvement. It's about relationships, and it's really about meeting people's interests, no matter what they are, in as open and transparent a way as you possibly can. So I'll leave it at that and look forward to the discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Campbell. And next we have Don.
Hi, and good afternoon, and thanks for the opportunity to present here today. I appreciate Brett for inviting me to participate in this panel. And I think this morning with the various presentations, one thing that really kind of stood with me was sort of a noted mention for the need for Indigenous engagement throughout the Delta and beyond. And I think that's really where, for me as a Muco traditional cultural practitioner, having ancestral ties to the Delta, that's really where I'll kind of come in today and talk about that. Professionally, I teach in the Department of Geography and Planning at CSU Chico, and teach courses in restoration and fire and water resources and so forth. But today, most of what I'll talk about is more from the traditional cultural ties to the Delta, and how, for myself as a practitioner, have engaged as a partner with multiple entities, and kind of the vision that I see for how that shapes out in the future. What I'll highlight are, where and how we as a general community working in small family groups and as individual practitioners have and are working, and what some of the future opportunities I see emerging might be around that. Central to our culture is also the central theme of this particular photograph, which was taken at the Cosumnes River Preserve, and that is Mount Diablo, as we're familiar with it in English. But regardless of how you call it, and if you're in eyesight of Mount Diablo from anywhere within the bay, the Sierras, the valley, there's a cultural connection to that place. And I can think about even living in the Chico area right now. This morning, driving down the mountain to go to Chico for a bit, I could see Mount Diablo from up here. And so it's just a reminder to us of our responsibilities. This is the point of where our creation begins. And I think about the deep time that is recorded here, really kind of embodies a reminder to who we are and how we need to be caring for this place that we live in. In this photograph, you notice some things like the managed wetlands at the Cosumnes River Preserve. but you also notice some smoke coming up from agricultural burns between where the wetlands are and the mountain itself. And to me, that just kind of exemplifies the modern kind of stewardship that's taking place in these areas, which is reminiscent for me of what our ancestral ties are to this place. Next slide, please. So in terms of the work that I've engaged in the Delta with community, there's a long story to it. You know, when I think about my early, I guess my early adult life and trying to connect a place and sustaining culture and so forth, that's really where the beginning of development of partnerships began. For me, you know, thinking about lack of access to places to be able to sustain culture, specifically trying to maintain, you know, access for weaving materials and things like that, really began a journey for me of making connections to the different landowning agencies like the NRCS, the Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and others to engage and find places to work. And obviously with a lot of these agencies, there's a lot of turnover that takes place. And so sometimes you're constantly rebuilding those relationships with folks so that you can have access to places and hopefully maintain the same kinds of relationships that you've, I guess, been afforded through those previous access agreements and so forth. And so, you know, these are things that are constantly changing, but I think that as I look back on, say, the past 20 years, I really noticed that there's a lot more respect and knowledge for the kind of work that we're doing, and a lot more interest in trying to advance that going into the future. And I think that some of the comments that were made today by Letitia and Jennifer in particular really highlighted that for what it means, say, for 30 by 30 or those kinds of approaches for restoring areas within the Delta. One of the things that I think is also important, aside from gathering and access for plant materials and so forth, is also, you know, our ability to maintain our kinship ties to species through hunting and fishing and other activities as well, which can be really difficult sometimes if you're not a wealthy landowner and have wetlands, say, for hunting waterfowl, or, you know, you don't have a boat to get out on the river or an access point to get out on the river for fish for salmon. You know, these are things that can be really difficult for tribal community members to be able to have access to and to integrate and maintain those relationships, which are part of our responsibilities. So, you know, when I think about the diversity of the Delta ecosystems and what they are, there's a lot of different stewardship connections that are there, and there's obviously a lot of opportunities for development of partnerships within those particular areas. I'm thinking back probably 2014 timeframe, we began a process, some of the community members and I began a process of developing a map-based ethnography as part of a project that was taking place with PG&E on Kings Island, or King Island, I should say. And in that project, developing the map-based ethnography, we started to explore a lot more about what our traditional relationships were to understanding our landscapes and traditional landscapes within the Delta. And through that process, this map that's in the center of this slide emerged as a way of thinking about where we know of our traditional places, kind of in that darker gray area in the center of the Delta, which extends from the American River down to the Tuolumne River. And then, the very specific ecosystem relationships that are there. So in the black polygons that you see within that map are vernal pool ecosystems as an example of that. And within our traditional homelands and story places, we have 4 of the different vernal pool ecoregions of California that are part of that. So, we start to build an understanding of where those habitats are, where we can start to build those relationships and start to think about ways of shaping the conversations of maybe the regulatory framework and things like that, and how do we engage around that. And so I've done a few articles around that just to kind of put out there for folks to think about if you're as a regulator or you're thinking about how to engage with tribal communities. These are references that you might be able to utilize for some of that work. I would say that one of the coolest kind of opportunities, and Michelle talked about it in her talk this morning, was this idea of ecocultural species. And one of the things that we developed around the vernal pools was a vernal pool ecocultural species list that focused on some of the species that are culturally important that were found in vernal pools. And part of the reason why we developed that was to actually start to have conversations with agencies doing, Clean Water Act regulatory actions and things like that, so that we could say, well, look, aside from what U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service says for species in vernal pools, these are our species that are found in vernal pools, and this is how they connect to that landscape, and this is what our responsibility and what your responsibility as a federal agency with trust responsibilities has to us around those species. So that's just a kind of an illustration of how that works into our system. Next slide, please. Oh, yeah. So in terms of some of the stewardship that takes place in the different partnerships, and over the past, say, 20 plus years that I can think about, we have relationships with a lot of different entities within, kind of the general vicinity of the Delta, thinking about East Bay Regional Parks, the Cosumnes River Preserve, which includes Bureau of Land Management, Department of Fish and Game, or Fish and Wildlife, the Nature Conservancy, also U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the NRCS, and many others that we've built relationships with over the past, through connections of collecting and different things like that. And those relationships have also allowed for opportunities for not only our access for traditional purposes, but also to facilitate and help in restoration type projects, from maintenance of our traditional springs to reintroducing fire back into the oak woodlands at the Cosumnes River Preserve as an example of what those relationships look like. And we also, include within that the opportunities for research and looking at some of the problems that we face in terms of like climate resiliency and invasive species and water quality and water quantity and different things like that feed into this. And so, these are just examples of how at a very fine scale we're working, but I think it embodies the opportunities that are there for us looking forward into where and how things could be in building further relationships with folks and those partnerships. And I'll say, in closing, I think one of the things that's really there and probably most important to us, and I think Karina had mentioned this in her talk this morning, is this idea of planning for the future generations and inclusion for the future generations. In our tribal communities, we often talk about planning for 3 to 7 generations down the road. In some terms, you might just say, well, what's the 200-year planning cycle look like? For us, it's really important to have intergenerational opportunities to engage, and the decisions we make today are affecting our, great grandchildren down the road. And so having the opportunity to bring family out and do things and teach our youth and being able to carry on to traditions also carries on the traditions of our responsibilities to place and the long-term stewardship of place and the story that's associated with that from the beginning of time to the future. And so with that, I think that tying back to what Jennifer Norris mentioned about 30 by 30 and what, globally that 30 by 30 initiative is really about around protection of the lands and the waters, ultimately is underpinned by Indigenous stewardship. And so when I think about those future opportunities, I think there's a lot of potential for growth around this for our tribal communities to engage more and to take more of a leadership responsibility in the framing of how we move forward within the state. And with that, I'll wrap it up, but I'll look forward to the conversation this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. Thank you all. That was great. Really different examples that I think are different, but also speak to some common themes. And I'm trying to take stock as the questions as they come in, and I had questions I had for you as well. And I'm noticing a couple themes, and I'm going to try to, I'm thinking on the fly, so this might be messy, but I'm going to try to put things together that I think are some key questions. And one of the questions I had coming into this is this notion of place, and how does place relate to really rapid, ever increasing rates of change, right? Because when we think of place is what we're familiar with, what we've sort of come accustomed to and value based on what it is. When we are all having to deal with accelerated change, sort of this notion of solastalgia, this kind of feeling homeless within your home, these kinds of things. And I mean, in the Delta specifically, we have this legislative enigma of Delta as evolving place, whatever that means, which seems to recognize how fast it's changing. And that came up in all the morning talks as well. But all of these changes affect people differently, right? And which even with deliberate transformation. There's a question here, I think that someone asked in here about values, and it says, how are outcomes constrained by the values to develop shared values among competing interests among partners? So that's their question. That was kind of a meaty intro into that, but I'm curious how you all might respond to that.
Brett, can you do the question one more time? I was so
Sure.
intent
I'll
listening to your.
I'll just ask the question. How are outcomes constrained by the challenge to develop shared values among competing interests among partners?
I can start with maybe one example of something that I've seen. And it gets to value, but I think it also gets to more of the practical application or the practical aspects of doing restoration projects or doing this work, which is on the American, what I've found is that many of the people that have been engaged in this work for the past 10, 12 years, they're not, they really love this place. And I think it's really easy to love the American River and it's easy to love the Parkway. So that's not a tall order. But, you know, our fisheries consultants, I'm thinking Joe Mers from Kramer Fish Sciences, he grew up in Rancho Cordova. And we're talking about, you know, when we're talking about a site design at Cordova Creek, he's drawing back not just on the monitoring information and, you know, the temperature data that we've been collecting, but his experience as a kid tromping around in that creek. You know, those are really sort of straightforward examples, but I think some of the themes that I've been hearing today, not just in this panel presentation, but just, you know, earlier as well, is that we're not just talking about taking apart the individual pieces of the system, to quote Letitia. You know, we're talking about people and places and people who have lived here for time immemorial, but also, you know, when you're designing a project the past 20 years or 30 years, people who grew up in these places and who love these places and want to see them successful. So maybe there's a message in there about value and love of a place and how that love of a place will really sort of drive progress. But I've seen it on the ground and how it really helps improve projects.
Can I'll jump in. I think, you know, in terms of the project that we're working on, kind of the challenge that we're looking at is that, like, in so many of these decision-making bodies across the region, there are not folks from disadvantaged communities who are being involved in the participation. And so, you know, when you're talking about the end result being oftentimes that the built world and built environment that most folks from disadvantaged communities lived in is not one that they have had a lot of influence on or made a lot of decision-making power in. And so, you know, we're hoping with the Oakland Shoreline Leadership Academy to start a process of actually being a filter to getting folks from those communities more integrated in the decision-making process. And like, we're constrained by a lot of different attitudes, like, you know, differences in language, differences in perspective, I mean, I think what we're trying to do is get people from those communities to be able to speak in the language and to be able to work on these projects at the same level as like a planner or an engineer would. So yeah.
Yeah, I was just going to comment. I think that, you know, it's a really interesting thing because obviously there's so many diverse interests around the Delta. Brett, I think your examples of the Frank's Track project is a really good example of that. It illustrates a lot of those issues. And as I was watching your presentation, I was thinking about my own experiences of really growing up on the, you know, kind of the old river in the South Delta. You know, we had a place out there in the river, and my favorite places were always the natural areas of the Delta, not so much the, you know, manipulated areas of the landscape. And there came a point, after watching for, at least the first 18 years of my life, that change to those natural systems, the erosion of the natural islands and things like that, and the loss of trees because of riprap and, roosting sites that I remember seeing bald eagles on, that the trees were no longer there because of the management. And so, it came to a point where I was seeing the detriment to things that, people enjoy getting out and say recreating or doing these different things, but at what cost? And so that, I think that's really what kind of motivated me to start thinking about things a little bit differently. And, so I think when I look at this question, I think it's definitely something that we have to understand what our common values might be, that are probably, in my mind, first and foremost should always be that we need to have healthy ecosystems that are resistant to change. And those healthy ecosystems that are resistant to change are developed by process. And I think Letitia talked about that in her presentation. And I think that really, as long as we are developing outcomes that are focused on achieving that, regardless of what comes of these ecosystems themselves, because they are going to change in time, and we know that. What the Delta was 5,000 years ago or 15,000 years ago is not what it is today, and is not going to be what it is 10,000 years from now. But when I think about our in telling that story about being in the view of Mount Diablo, our story tells us that anywhere that we're able to see it basically is part of our homelands. And so the Delta will expand and contract with sea level rise and all these different changes, and these systems will change with respect to that. So I think as long as we maintain process in place, that's maybe where we need to be thinking about it from. So those are just things I thought I'd share.
Thank you.
I was just listening to E.O. Wilson, a quote from E.O. Wilson, and everybody's heard of the Anthropocene, but he was talking about the time of the great extinctions, the age of loneliness. I've trapped 4 Western pond turtles and 200 invasive turtles. The milkweed from the material culture, and looking at anthropological sites, there was so much milkweed and Indian hemp all along this area. And of course, insects depended on it too. So I think the voice that's often not heard, and it may not and should not be a endangered species so much as really, I think a voice we need to pay attention to. And doing this long-term adaptive restoration project at a small scale allows me to really see who's home, who's not doing very well, who's in danger of blinking out, what used to be there and isn't there now and should be there. I just urge paying attention, and a lot of times in partnerships, and when we engage with the beautiful work like Brett is doing with people. I grew up in outside Orville in the country, so I know what rednecks are like, and I'm a fan of hunting, but I think you know what I mean, that maybe those partners don't really care if there's a, hard to believe, but a Western pond turtle or shoot hawks, or I'm just thinking that these non-human persons should have their voice in the choir.
I just keep turning this question over in my head. I'm not sure, what outcomes are constrained. I mean, I think ultimately we're trying to get to a place where there is shared understanding and sort of an expectation of trying to meet as many outcomes or many objectives from the different components as possible. A quick example, I mean, I think if you look at the highly organic peat soils in the Delta, probably the best thing that we could do is simply put water back on those to stop that subsidence and that carbon emission. But for myriad social and economic reasons, that's just not going to happen at scale anytime soon. So I think the partnerships are all just working towards, well, how do you nudge it in the right direction and demonstrate efficacy, economic viability of alternatives, and hope that that starts to move us in the right direction. I think the biggest constraint on the outcome is sadly time, because those efforts will take a lot of time to actually get us to scale for things that need to happen soon.
I think that's interesting because something like subsidence in the Delta, I think you'd be kind of hard pressed to be like, find somebody who's like, no, I really want subsidence. It's something I really value, right? That's an easy one. But then sort of maybe how you deal with that, or, people worried about seepage by if you water it, it's going to affect their land or things like that. How do we build shared values while also valuing pluralism, I think is a tension that is in there and in that question. The other one I saw in here that came up, and Don, I think you did kind of talk about this in what you said in your intro. I'm curious for others as well, but how do we grow these efforts beyond individual projects so that ideas like reciprocal restoration and ecosystem reconciliation are more widely embraced and integrated into larger policy? I would add to that just larger implementation generally. So how to scale.
Well, I guess I could jump into it a little bit. I was actually writing a comment to Campbell on the side there, but on scale. But it's I think we're really at such a point of urgency in terms of needing to make change that and I'll maybe just say what I kind of wrote to Campbell, and that is that we need people with kind of an entrepreneurial spirit who are willing to see and make change and to take those kind of risks, because the business as usual for the Delta and the way that we do things in terms of conservation as a general practice, it's worked to some extent, but it's not working fast enough to help us to get where we need to be. And so I think that in order to get to that scale, we need to be thinking about the different ways that we control our water use and what the conservation values are. And maybe we need to be thinking about land retirement as an opportunity in some of these places, which may not be a friendly, term for some people within the Delta and adjacent areas that feed into it. But, if we're doing something for the common good for all people, then I think we need to start making that action happen sooner than later. And I don't think we have a lot of time for continuing to have these conversations. I think we need to start making some moves quicker. So.
While the rest of you are thinking, someone said the question in a slightly different way. Are the current existing partnerships sufficient to tackle restoration at the scale Letitia laid out, like such as with sediment supply and things like that?
Yeah, I appreciate that question. It's something that I think about often. We all work pretty hard at trying to get involvement and engagement in the Delta, and to varying degrees of success, it's a real challenge. And what I'm often just struck by is, you're trying to bring people in, you're trying to bring the influencers in, the people that are well-known entities. But it seems to me that for every person in the Delta that you have that really generative conversation and get to a better shared understanding, there's 5,000 behind them that probably share the same views that you just made progress on with one. So I don't know how you get around that. Obviously we can't invite all 500,000 people that sort of live in and around the Delta, mostly around the Delta, to really come and engage and share all their perspectives. But I don't think you can ever have enough partnership. But it also then obviously gets really unwieldy and makes it really challenging to make progress.
I don't think you can have enough partnership because I don't think that issues around the Delta really penetrate into community consciousness as much as we would like. And I think one of the things that we just need to focus on as a group is just communications of these issues to the general public, getting them on board, changing our language so that it's simpler to understand, and yeah, just making things more attractive for people to get engaged in on a regular basis.
That's interesting. Any specific suggestions you'd have on that?
I mean, part of the thing with the Oakland Shoreline Leadership Academy is that we're building up these people with expertise, but who are kind of new to the system and have a different language so that then they can translate what they've learned out to the general public. So it's sort of the idea of like being able to filter it through like different ethnic lenses, different age lenses, like really seeing how, you know, when people are really presented to with this information, what are the things that they take away from it? What are the things that really relevant and really resonate with them? And then allowing them to take that and translate it out to their community. So that's what we're looking at. It's just like building the number of people who are interested in these issues and knowledgeable about it. So then that can be like a kind of a pebble ripple out effect.
We're done with scale. Phoenix, a lot of people were curious about a detail about your project. How are participants identified to participate in the Shoreline Academy, and how were they compensated? Could this, well, I didn't read this third one yet, but could this program be scaled up?
Yes, all of that. So we limited our participation, our advertisement to folks who live within the flatlands or shoreline zip codes of Oakland. We got the word out mostly through grassroots organizations. So that kind of sort of had a filter for us. A lot of the folks who we hired on had affiliations with other community-based organizing groups before they joined on. They are compensated at $25 an hour for 24 hours a month. So it's like compensated for their actual participation in the program, and then they're given extra time to do either work on their final projects or to communicate, like create communication pieces for the project. And then is it scalable? We're hoping so. We're in conversations with BCDC and the San Francisco Bay Restoration Authority and a couple of other agencies about scaling it to other communities.
I'd love to talk more about that with you, Phoenix.
That would be great.
We have lots of questions. I'm in the role of trying to figure out which ones to ask.
Ask the easy ones, Brett.
Yeah, unlike my first one. There was let me see. This is one is couldn't the map-based ethnographies Don discussed be integrated into other geospatial platforms, or is that too much? There's too much of that information private.
Yeah, there's. I was just going to comment on it. There's a lot of stuff that's in the map-based ethnography that will never get released to the general viewing audience, I guess, because there's a lot of restricted knowledge that's encoded in it. But I guess part of the reason why we went along the track of doing the map-based ethnography was to demonstrate our knowledge that was passed down from generation to generation without necessarily having it written down or recorded by other ethnographers, like Seahart Miriam or other folks that were working with our peoples back in the early 1900s and so forth. And so, we put a lot of information into that, and it's really just for us to be able to have a resource to kind of when the agencies come forward and say, hey, we've got a project in this area, what concerns do you have? And we can say, well, here's a list of what we see, these are the problems. I know Corey in the chat had asked a question about the kind of the consultation fatigue and that sort of thing. And I think that's something where I think that ultimately using a tool like the map-based ethnography helps to shape things where there can be more leadership and not so much, agencies coming one by one and asking for everybody, one individual or a group of individuals to get spread thin on projects, but bring everybody together and say, follow us on what we want to see happen in these places. And I think that's kind of maybe the ideal future scenario of how we develop that going forward. Tried to mold a couple of questions there in one. How's that?
That's good, because you led me into that one. That was kind of the one I wanted to ask next too. I'm going to throw two together. One question was for me of if the Frank's Track Futures was successful, are there other things that are trying to sort of replicate that process in some way? There'll be a public announcement for this soon. We're working on one for the 4 Met Islands in the Delta of looking at and a couple people here are involved in that, of how those might go through different adaptation strategies for subsidence reversal, things like that, and looking for community input on that, and using structured decision making to think about, hey, which island to work on first, and then what might be the mosaic of land uses on that island to try to both create change and also to learn from, like, what do we know the least about, like Kurt's floating wetlands and how those work, and trying those things out and stuff like that. So that leads me to the question of, where'd it go? Oh, if any of you have advice on how to avoid engagement fatigue with communities, which is something I'm concerned about. A common concern we hear is that the state participation processes can be a burden.
Pay people for their participation. That's what I would say.
I really do think that's one of the keys, but it is just, it's hard. It's most of the people that we try to engage, particularly the agricultural community, there are certain times of year you just really can't get them to engage due to harvest and planting and other constraints. I always kind of laugh that if we have meetings in the day, we get beat up for not having them at night. And if we have meetings at night, we get beat up for not having them during the day. So that's, I think our expectation is you just do everything that you can to get engagement, but you also have to recognize that people have constraints. And I don't think I've ever had a public engagement effort in the Delta that we haven't been a little bit disappointed in the level of turnout. So I don't know, if we could pay more people, maybe that would turn that around.
Brett, I would say keep talking. Obi Kaufman's presentation earlier this morning, he had a lovely phrase about the rhetorical waterway, and it's way more poetic than I could ever come up with. But on a really practical level, just keep talking, because there's so many perspectives and there's so many different ways to look at the landscape and how the landscape is changing or will change, and just keep talking. Don't stop.
I know I came in with my comment about paying people, but I want to just elaborate a little bit more, because I think this idea of there's an idea that's shifting, that we should spend more money on community engagement, both in paying people to show up and then also in hiring community organizers who are placed within communities, who kind of can be these trusted people to go out again and again, communicate with people over time. And so it's, paying the folks to show up, but also having dedicated community organizers. I think across government, this needs to be kind of enacted, that we have folks who are paid to go out and talk to the community on the regular basis and keep them updated on what we're doing.
I just wanted to talk about scale again. So Campbell, you're working at the opposite end of the scale spectrum, and I'm working at the multi-generational teaching students who are in this audience who are branching out. But what I want to talk about is COVID and isolation and loneliness and people, some of my students committing suicide. And why am I talking about that? And why am I talking about scale? Because there have been countless studies of veterans who have post-traumatic stress, some of our homeless people. My students, we do a Wonder Wetlands project in Bay Point with underprivileged children. Nature is our nurture, is our succor, is our refuge, and also just bringing people out to that other connection with nature. And I agree, Corey, hunters and fishermen are part of that connection too, but facilitating connection of people with nature so they know what it is and have it deeply ingrained in them instead of malls could heal them, heal the community, and then give them a background, a boundary from which to speak from.
Well, I do want to interject here. There's way more questions than we had time to answer, as always happens, and want to just acknowledge the panel and give a big thanks. So, if we were in the room, there'd be a big round of applause for you all. and thank Brett for his moderation as well. And then I think I do want to just end us here thinking a little bit, bringing this back to some of the themes of the symposium. So I think what we've heard in this session are a number of really good ideas or pieces of the puzzle that we have in place that we could use to move forward. And so I think some of the themes we heard were these themes of, compensating underrepresented communities to make it possible for their engagement so that future plans that we have under climate change actually do take into consideration the full range of projects. And I think, that stretches from Phoenix's point to the point that Campbell made at the beginning about, farmer partnerships that are figuring out proactive ways to engage people. I think another key one we heard was the importance of place-based knowledge and appreciation. And that as much as we can engage and facilitate, both engage folks who are already really familiar with landscapes, as well as facilitate further engagement of folks who might not have as much connection. These are all ways that we can start to build the understanding and coalition that's going to be important for us moving forward under some of the climate change futures that we are looking ahead to. And so I wanted to just also offer, Brett, if you had anything else to share at the end before we just go over a quick logistics for tomorrow before we say goodbye.
No, I'm just gonna quote Jessica, who was quoting. I don't know. Let's just keep talking. That's the important point. Let's just keep talking.
Yes, the rhetorical waterway. Definitely going to keep that one in mind. I think that's a great piece. And again, really appreciate all the questions that have come in, and apologies for the ones that we weren't able to answer. I'll use this as a reminder that we are really hoping that this symposium kicks off a series of events and other efforts where we can continue this conversation, because it is vast, and we do need to keep hashing these things out and learning from each other to kind of build this community of practice that we've been talking about. So we will adjourn, and we're going to return tomorrow at 9 a.m. Same links that you've been using. We'll have 3 sessions tomorrow, and we'll end at about 12:45. So from 9 to 12:45, just a half day tomorrow, starting with a look across the estuary and its watershed at climate impacts. Following that, a panel on visioning the future from a permitting, planning, and implementation perspective. And then a synthetic sort of panel with all of the speakers and panelists who are available, thinking about how we move forward as a community under uncertainty. So please continue to engage with the mural. That will be up over the span of the symposium. And just a big thanks again and round of applause, virtual round of applause for all of our speakers and panelists today. Thank you all so much for spending the time to chat with us all today. And enjoy your afternoon and evening, everybody. And Jennica is also making the point in the chat that the recordings will be made available shortly after the symposium. And we will circulate those links with everybody. So if you miss anything or want to review it, you'll have that opportunity.